Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, July the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me, see my screen, and maybe somebody in our YouTube room can do the same. Just want to make sure you guys can. Thank you, Torty. All right, guys. Wow. What's happening? Actually, I had no idea the Dow was up 740 yesterday. I had no idea. Of course, NAS was up also. So we're in for definitely a rocky open. The SPY is down. Lots of action, of course, with the chips, Taiwan, China, etc. Have to see how that plays out. And so speaking of chips, I mean, here's SMH down 3.5%. Big ETF for the chips. And, take your pick of other than Intel, which I know you guys have been talking about Intel, INTC. I know you guys have been talking about Intel and what they're all about. So INTC is really the only shining light in this sector today. But let's take a look at what else is happening. So I know a lot of you were talking about LGVN. I almost got in here, but I held off. It had a big pop. Another Alzheimer's, of course, not of course, if you don't know, company announced that the FDA granted fast track designation for its treatment of for its drug for treatment of mild Alzheimer's disease. So that was the news for LGVN, but it has given up quite a bit. It was up to $5 and it came all the way back down to $4. And a low float, 6.7 million in the float. So the big deal will be, can it hold 4? And you guys were talking about Sava CEO. I don't want to say booted, but he's out. Just as I'm talking, guys, NUWE is starting to rip here. NUWE. See, I beat draw. He posted it. NUWE starting to rip here. See if there's any sort of news on this one. Marks the first commercial sale of their drug therapy to Cincinnati Children's something or other hospital, perhaps. So there's NUWE popping. Probably a low float. Yeah, that's insanely low, 190,000. Now, I don't know if that's correct, but whatever that float number is, it's going to be very, very low. Well, that's the case. I've got it every day, Dak. Okay, now before Sava, yeah, so Sava CEO booted or ousted or leaving. I don't know if on his own volition or he resigns. I don't know if this was. So he's going to be there until September 13th. So this is not like a complete, get out of here. Anyway, that is Sava, but it has bounced from 840. Wow, it's a big bounce, actually. ADTX, is it still? There you are, ADTX. So this is amending a merger agreement, aiming for September 30th. Okay, so some kind of a merger agreement, ADTX. Shim, yeah, real. William was saying this could maybe have a go later. Yeah, I mean, look at the room it's got. So Shim, and I can't see the headline. I know they had some kind of an announcement with a $27 million contract. That was for Shim, but it's gone. I don't know why that happens with IB. Anyway, I know I read that before. Some kind of a contract, $27 million contract, I think in California. But the big deal about it, of course, is look at the room it's got. A little bit of room. On the weekly chart, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 378. GDTC, it was up to 5, and now it's right back down. So they did have some news trading higher after the company announced that a subsidiary, et cetera, acquired the license and certain assets, et cetera, for approximately, $500,000. Anyway, it popped up and now right back down. AEHR. Now, this is an earnings play. AEHR is an earnings play. Plus Craig Hallam upgrades. Q4 beat, strong outlook for AEHR. And when you look left for AEHR, so it's sitting at 1873 right now on the weekly chart, 19. So you can kind of see if it takes out 19, I'm going to stick an alert. I'm going to run 19 for AEHR. And if it takes that out, then the next high on the weekly chart is way up here at around 23. I'm not saying it's going to get there, even if it takes out 19, but I do want to know if it does. 5 is another one, guys, in which the CEO, again, I don't know if this was sudden. This is also a guidance shocker. Here we go. 5 below sees a wave of downgrades after its guidance shocker. The CEO change. Morgan Stanley also appears to have lost confidence in the retailer. So this is not an earnings play today anyway, but this is a guidance. They don't release until September, but they're really prepping the market that it is not going to be good. But this has been in a complete decline. Oh man, this was a $200 stock not that long ago, guys. I mean, yeah, in March of this year, a $200 stock down to $87. Wow. Okay, what else is happening here? Well, our LCFY from yesterday, yeah, this is still super active, up 24% through the 200-day moving average. That's the big deal. Okay, yesterday it got almost into it. That blue line on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. So above the 200-day moving average now. And of course, traders will be looking at this high of 4 days ago, 1123. What did I get to this morning? Got up to 774 this morning. GTLB. GitLab soars as Google-backed software maker eyes sale. Exploring a sale. So it's attracting acquisition interest. Okay. And that is GTLB. And IMMR, is it still up? Yeah, it's up still 11%. IMMR got as high as 1410 this morning. Don't see any specific news on it. I'm just looking at my headlines. Don't see any specific news. It's just been on a run. You know, a few days ago. When was that? That was back early July, beginning of July. Yeah, a few days ago. This was a $9 stock, $13.55 right now. Pretty low float, 29 million in the float. So if you're going to look at a chip, ASML, now they had earnings. I believe ASML is an earnings play also. And just getting thumped down. Even though I think as real, sorry, William. William pointed out. So slides as geopolitical risk offset the solid Q2 print. So I guess had we not sort of be in this interesting thing with Taiwan and well, I mean that is a understatement. Taiwan and China, and some statements made. Okay, guys. So now taking a look at Zap. Zap is still hanging in there. That was a big one yesterday, of course. Had a big run. I think it almost got up to 17, didn't it? What do I? Yeah, 17, almost 1624, 1625, the high of yesterday. Speaking, thank you, Casa, regarding BE. Speaking of that, AEHR should have mentioned this also. So it's an earnings play, but they are also doing an AI acquisition. Here we go. So stock soars on AI acquisition and better than expected annual guidance. So that is the AEHR. Really, HSBC CEO out? No big reaction yet, anyway. Yeah. Meanwhile, yeah, you guys are talking. Well, not everybody's talking, but there's the LPA. There's AE. Wow, guys. Okay, AEHR just took out. Why did I have that? AEHR just took out that high of the weekly high, or is right at it, 1906. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The Bloomberg interview regarding Taiwan and China with Trump. Meanwhile, LPA just going crazy. I think when I look left, the next high was around 33 on the daily chart. LPA. I think it's right here. Yeah, 3661. Yeah, that's the next high looking left on the daily chart. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you got to be really careful on this one. Very low float. Costa Rica. Yeah, Spirit had earnings also, not good. SPR, I didn't see this one. I should see it somewhere. Actually, it's not bad. I mean, it's basically flat. SPR has earnings. Actually, it's interesting because it had a big run ahead of that. Well, of course, with most of the stocks running yesterday. I'm sorry, this is not an earnings play. I could have sworn I was reading it. It was an earnings play too. Anyway, LPA guys, LPA is now, where are you? LPA now up almost 20%. Well, maybe, who knows? Maybe it'll get up to 400. Somewhat kidding. All right, guys, 9:14. So let me take a look at the major sectors. It ain't going to be pretty. So let me get my sector status up. All right, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy. 66% in green. That means that 66% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that number in green refers to. But you can kind of see, look at the tech stocks. 92% are down from yesterday's close. Retail, look at retail, 85% are down from yesterday's close. Again, it doesn't mean that they're all tanking, okay? I mean, the worst in retail is PSMT. It's down 0.34%. Doesn't mean, they're all tanking. Take a look at FFIV. Wheat. Here's an ETF that's up. Not bad. The volume isn't bad. 35,000 shares, WEAT. Of course, this was a big one during the pandemic. Okay, and I just lost them all. Let me get rid of them. How's IWM doing? I'm sure it must be down. That's the Russell. Not bad though. I mean, it's only down 0.96%. I mean, it's only not down that much. It's had a tremendous run, of course. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts from yesterday, see if there's anything interesting. Wonder how this NAAS is going to do today. NAAS, a nice, beautiful run yesterday. 260 up to 460. So it's down 30 cents from the close of yesterday, but we'll have to see what happens once the market opens. LPA has just given up some 31 down to 29. So Ally is an earnings play, guys. ALLY is an earnings play. Ally Financial. The NU, look at that. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. NUWE. Now it's actually gone negative. Okay, guys, I'm just, again, looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything is happening. INTC continues to move here. Is it on this list here yet? Must not be up 6%. And that's, yeah, it's up 5%. So my bottom one here is at 6.25%. Yeah, he made some kind of comments. He was interviewed by Bloomberg, something to do with Taiwan and China. Maybe Taiwan should foot the bill for defending themselves, etc. Of course, lots of the many of the chip manufacturers are in Taiwan, so that I think is probably the reason. As if you read that article. Okay, guys, I'm just getting ready now for the open. Got another 9 minutes or so. I'm gonna get my layout that I'll be using. And before I do that, though, I will put in the link for the test drive that starts on Friday. Test drive and contest. So if you want to try us out for about 10 days, I guess not quite. Going to get these dates down. So it is from the 19th through the 29th, okay? July 19th through the 29th. And in between that, next Wednesday to Friday is the contest, $3,000 grand prize. So you can sign up, $7.77. That'll give you access, and it starts on Friday. Okay, I mean the test drive starts on Friday, so that'll give you access to the full premium service that we've got. And if you have our AI, this is what I would do. Just look at this screen, okay? And how to access that? Click on New from the toolbar. Pick the middle one that we have three that start off with Premium AI. Pick that middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. This is what you're going to see. If you don't see none in the filter box, I would click the down arrow, uncheck whatever's checked, and make sure it says none. That's my opinion. I think you should watch the alerts all day long. Notice that the window is blank. You will get no alerts until at least 9:40, and that is by design. Okay, 10 minutes after the market opens doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:40, but you will not get one until at least 9:40. And then how you trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. The contest, though, is all about trading whatever symbols come into the AI. And you can short them, you can go long. Anything under 100, Mike. Now, if it goes over 500 briefly, it's not a big deal, okay? But anything under 100, yeah, if it's free if you're a premium member, yeah, absolutely. So for the contest and all, yes, it's free if you're a premium subscriber right now. Yeah, it would be a worry, Mike, if it were, stuck at 500. But you see mine's at 105, now it's 69. Anything, 100 and other is okay. 100 and below is okay. All right, guys, now I think I will get the layout that I'm going to use once the market opens. So let me. Well, it'll be in an interesting contest because of the stipulation. You can only trade the AI alerts. So now it doesn't mean you have to take the AI trades when they come in, when they come into the, when you see them. That's not what that means. It just means those are the symbols that you're that you have to trade. How you trade them, and you can do five round trips a day per symbol, which is plenty. Should be plenty anyway. Just give me a moment, guys. Got to get my layout loaded here. Well, just give me the question in our YouTube room. Now, it is a PC-based program, but last time people were able to use a Mac or use our web-based version and trade. We had our simulator in there. So let me make sure that's still the case. Because it was available. It was available in the web-based version. You could use the simulator, not exact. Well, basically the same. I mean, you're just trying to make simulated trades, so it was available. But if you have access to a PC or, I mean, look, it is a PC-based program. Or if you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels or AWS, something like that, to take full advantage. But I do get it. I do get it. Why some don't want to do that. All right, guys. So let's take a look. So somebody said that BE is now an AI play. Why not? Bloom Energy jumps on AI data center partnership with CoreWeave. Okay. Okay, guys. There's AEHR now above that. Wow, it just popped. It just popped. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, thank you, William. So yeah, less than a minute to the market open. So I have about 40 seconds left. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Looks like AEHR is going to run away from me. Oh, I have no idea, David. I have no idea how many alerts we're going to get. I don't know if they're, I really don't know. As long as you get about 4 or 5 a day, but I don't know. I don't know if they're going to do something to the AI. All right, guys, we're now open for business. So let's take a look at what GFS, guys, GFS didn't see this one in the pre-market. GFS is having a bit of a run here. GFS, Global Foundries. Wow, AEHR. I mean, I just the right idea, but it just jumped too quickly for me, and yeah. So kind of the double on this one. Got when I say double, I mean it's an earnings play, but they've also made it some kind of an AI acquisition. Plus, they're through the 200-day moving average, so it's kind of the trifecta for AEHR. Plus, there are a bunch of upgrades. I was just hoping it might rest a little bit over 19 before it did this, but Celebi. Wow, look at Zap, guys. Zapped higher here. So trying to get a definitive answer for you there, Bill, in our YouTube room. All right, LPA. So I had the pullback. Now it's popping again. Wouldn't surprise me if this gets, boy, this Pineapple Express, or wait a minute, Seth Rogen, Pineapple Financial. Man, oh man, remember this one yesterday? Got all the way up. Well, yesterday, pre-market, 159. Meanwhile, wow, there's a ton happening here. So keep an eye on costs, KOSS, LCFY, the usual suspects from yesterday, guys. Zap, KOSS, LCFY, all moving, all moving. Okay, Bill, I've sort of got an answer for you. Okay, so this I'm talking to and anybody with a Mac. Okay, now if you have a Mac, I mean you can take. Sorry, guys, I'm just looking at LGVN now. If you have a Mac, you can take part in the test drive. Okay, you have to, if you're not willing to use Parallels or AWS, something like that. I mean, you have access to the premium service. The contest is a little more difficult because you're going to have to be using the web-based version, which is fine, to generate the AI alerts, and then you have to have our dashboard running at the same time in order to place the AI alerts if you're going to be in the contest. Okay. So it's a little more convoluted. But if you're just really looking to try us out, I mean, the test drive, you can certainly try out the test drive. The contest is a little more difficult. I mean, it can be done, but it's a little more difficult. All right, guys, let's take a look at the market now. Opening candles so far green. Okay, so far. And meanwhile, LCFY just made another new high now, guys, over 8. Wow. And the high looking left is 1127. Haven't used this term for quite a while, but this is severe rippage here, guys. Severe rippage. Okay, so LGVN is trying to come back. It was a pretty big drop actually from the high in the pre-market, got up to 5, dropped down to 4, trying to come back now. Market highs, of course, takes out that pre-market high, and it still has some room. 494 is the next high looking left, which is basically the pre-market high also. If it can take that out, then the next high looking left is 640, and it's an Alzheimer play, okay? They received fast track designation from the FDA. And DJT is exploding. Also, DJT is starting to explode. It's was actually sort of fading in the pre-market, but DJT now is exploding above yesterday's high. I think 38.72. Yes, above yesterday's high, and the high, of course, 2 days ago was 46.27. So DJT, a lot of volume coming in. Hawaiian Electric, HE coming back, guys. So HE actually had a pretty decent day yesterday. Through the 200-day moving average, and now above yesterday's high, of course, and putting in a big opening green candle here. HE. If you're looking for a cheap one, LPSN is running here a bit. Volume coming in. LPSN, live person. LGVN, let's see, what is it doing? So it's getting closer and closer. I have to stick an alert at around $5 and see if it takes that out at some point. LRHC, guys, LRHC. Didn't really see this one in the pre-market. La Rosa Holding Company. LRHC. So to me, though, when you look left on this daily chart, too much resistance. The little areas where it could easily stall. So 5. Okay, some weakness in this one. I don't know. It's just because of overall weakness in the market, but SMR. Let's take a look at 5 with the CEO, and also just really bad guidance and all. They don't release earnings until September, but they're really preparing the market. That's right, Pepe. You're right. Thank you for that. So yeah, anybody with a Mac, as Pepe is saying, Parallels offers a free 14-day trial, and that's so you could you could try us out using Parallels on your Mac. You don't have to pay for Parallels, and it sort of fits in perfectly because the test drive runs from the 19th to the 29th within a 14-day period. So you could try that. Meanwhile, guys, I forgot to talk a little bit about what's on the economic calendar today. So at 7 o'clock, we had the MBA, we had mortgage applications. 8:30, we had housing starts. I'm not sure any of this really affected. Now, 9 o'clock, Barkin was speaking. I have no idea what he said. 9:15, we had industrial production. 9:35, Waller. So Waller was speaking is going to speak or is speaking now. These are all Fed presidents. 10 o'clock, we could have a little action. Atlanta Fed business inflation expectations. We do have a bond auction at 1 o'clock, a $13 billion 20-year bond auction. Now we have the beige book at 2 o'clock. So we do have a few, what's happening actually on the economic calendar today. So I don't know what Waller is saying. Maybe he's saying something about interest rates. There's a lot of expectation now that interest rates will finally have a drop at some point this year. But then at 10 o'clock, I think this Atlanta Fed's business inflation expectation, I think it does have a bit of an effect. All right, shimmy shim here, guys. Shim. Now, shim is that's a market high, pre-market high, way up here at 349. Okay, guys, and I am waiting now for my first. I have a 15-minute delay on this one. This is the gap continuation or reversal scan, and I'm sharing a lot of my scans, okay, including this one. And I have a delay on purpose for 15 minutes. I'm just going to, what are we now? 9:42. So another 3 minutes or so, 2.5 minutes. ATHE. Let's take a look at ATHE. Another one. Look at this. Up to 350, right back down to 2. Ugly. There's a classic reason why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I know I run the risk of something just running on me right off the bat, but I see too many of these sort of things. Maybe this is pretty dramatic, but okay. So with the AEHR, so it's well above now that 200-day moving average at 1914. It's about $1 above, so it's probably not in jeopardy. Earnings play plus an AI acquisition plus a bunch of upgrades. So lots of stuff happening with AEHR. Now, if it I have to take a look at a monthly chart here. Yeah, that's what I saw. So on the monthly chart, 2630 is the next high. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least there's not a lot of chart resistance right now for AEHR. NFE, New Fortress Energy, NFE. What's happening with this one in terms of the weekly chart? Next high 25.55. So about $2 away. And a lot of volume just came in, or is coming in on that first 15-minute candle. See, it's not an earnings play. Shim, guys. Wow, Shim over 3 now. Shim over 3. This is what I was talking about. I don't know why Ivy, I didn't see it, but anyway, here, this is a $27 million contract. This is in California, $27 million water treatment contract in California. Ooh, guys, your LGVN, I don't know, it doesn't look too good right now. Okay, now BE is showing up on the gap and go, gap up and go. However, look up here. To me, yeah, I mean, there's a high of 17 on the daily chart. You can't see it on the daily, but it happened that week right here. So that's too close. I mean, 1672, to me, that's just too close, 17. It did get a little bit above that after hours yesterday when they made that announcement regarding, getting involved in AI. Solve guys, SOLV is popping in here now. SOLV. No action in the pre-market for it, but here it is. Solve, SOLV. Next high in the daily chart is 51.77. If we can take that out, 53.56. So it would have a couple of dollars or so. And Riley's doing his thing again. This has been a real wild one. Remember this week here when it went from 19 all the way up to 40? Of course, then it fell all the way back down. Okay, guys, we are 15 minutes in now. So now Spirit, SAVE, Spirit Airlines. Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. I had SPR up. No wonder, no wonder, no wonder. Anyway, here's Spirit, guys. After the company cuts Q2 revenue, so it's not an earnings play officially. Okay, they don't release until August, but they're basically again they are basically conditioning the market that it's not going to be good. All right, AEHR, how is it looking now? Still holding 20. Yeah, it's still holding 20. But as high as 21.14. So it's still holding 20. Not a bad spread, 2007, 2019. And now it's starting to move, guys. 2012, 2015. Sorry, I'm carrying. Well, this is what I'm looking at. Okay. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. Nothing to do with trade ideas. But it's still kind of just hanging around that 20 mark. Okay, now JMIA is a gap down and reverse. Now, I would say that it's, a lot of these gap down and reversals that you might see are going to be very tied into whatever the market's doing. Okay, so the market is reversing a bit. Okay, so if you're going to play, and this is what I'm talking about, we have a gap down and reverse, but any sort of a reversal that you are looking at, I'd be definitely keeping an eye on the market, especially unless, of course, it has some news completely on its own. But a lot of the reversals are probably going to follow the market if they are going to work. Okay, guys. So the market is still in, I call it mini recovery mode. Okay, we had a green bar to start. but there was some sell off. There's a topping tail, a green bar right now. I think if it takes out that 560, which would be the high of a little over the high of the last 15-minute candle and the current one. So here's another one, guys. This is a gap a gap down and reversal. But I would really make sure you have something that can kind of track the market. Mhm. Pirata, buenos dias. Of course, I have no idea if you're Spanish speaking. No idea whatsoever. Christopher, that is 100% impossible to answer. Okay, depends. Impossible to answer. Trade ideas is an idea generator. How you trade them is up to you. And your discipline. How you money management is key. It's impossible to answer a question like that. All right, guys. JMIA on the move. A little bit anyway. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm just internal conversations happening here. Fult, FULT. So is this an earnings play? This is an earnings play. So it's a bank, of course. Financial. Look at JMIA, guys. Again, all about this move here, really. Okay, right here. The minute this starts to stall, I'm out. And here's a SPY. So here's a SPY. Which one, Deborah? You mean the JMIA? JMIA? Yeah, JMIA right there. I mean, it's a little bit late now, but too bad. This does not have shorts for me. Ooh, look at this. I mean, big red. I wonder why. It was all green yesterday. This is my usage. Ooh, I know why. There we go. Anyway, I was going to say, yeah, I don't have shorts available for ADTX. Unfortunately, this is a gap up and reversal type play. All right, VFC. Now, William, you did a little financial analysis, I think, of VFC. This is now showing up on the gap up and go. But here's the big problem I've got. Yeah, I mean, look at the 200-day moving average right above it. So I can't take that trade. I mean, it did get up to 1575 in the pre-market, which of course blew through the 200-day, but I cannot, in all good faith, I cannot take this trade right now because of that 200-day moving average right above it. So anyway, Christopher, I'm not trying to dissuade you or anything, okay? But there's no guarantees any company can make, okay? None. I mean, it all depends on your trading style, how much discipline you've got, your money management expertise. As somebody pointed out, we do have a simulator that you can practice trading. It's a real-time simulator. Didn't somebody there's Sava, guys. Now Sava is on the way down again. I wonder if there are shorts available. Sava's on the way down again. Again, CEO out. It did have a nice bounce, so that's the only thing that's really stopping me, because it did bounce from 840 all the way up to 1061, over a $2 bounce. This is 555. Sorry, I got distracted. I'm sure 5 is moving down. Yeah, well, pre-market low, not that far away. Let's take an alert there. Now, if I'm looking at go, no go, oops. What could get me in is that light pink turns into this, whatever that color is, dark purple, deep purple. That's what I've been calling it. This is the go, no go. Well, I hope for Friday, but I have no guarantee on that. But I don't know if it's going to be an add-on for the for the contest, or if it'll be included. I do see that it's on. I do see here that it was in the doc channel bar. I do see that. Are there actually the scans in here too? Okay, it looks like the scans. So you're seeing the scans also? Because I know before you could see the charts, but not the scans. but I do see the intraday scans are not here. Oh, I see the sign up page. But so again, what happens though if you click on go no go? You just get the sign up page. So we okay. So it's available now for the add-on. Okay, I see what you're saying. So I guess it's available. Okay, but it is an add-on. Well, just what Pepe. Okay, you just have to click on that link that he posted in just above where you asked the question. I'll post it again. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. As always. And again, you don't, before you purchase it, I would look at this. I would look at the video. I would look at the explanation, to make sure it's something that, makes sense to you. Morning, Michael. Okay, guys. So as expected, yeah, I was in the JMIA, but look what happened. Okay. Said it was very market dependent. And now, so the minute this started happening, I got out. I mean, I made a little bit on it, nothing fantastic, but so I'm saying, guys, any bounce play, I'd be absolutely having something, the spy or something up that kind of tracks the market. Whoa, okay. Now Marvel, of course, semi guys. Next low looking left is around 70. So it's a little bit close, unfortunately. 70.50 three right now. The next low is just a little bit under 70. So for me, that's too close. This is a gap down and go. So there is the go no go sign up page. Okay, if you guys are, I just put that in the our YouTube link, our YouTube room also. All right, guys, this is a gap up and reversal play here. IMMR, and it is really reversing. It's still up 26 cents from yesterday's close. Now, this was reversing, as the market was going on. So this is kind of trading on its own. Okay. I'm not sure I know what you mean, Bezavi. Is there a tab? I mean, it's a channel. So if you've signed up for it, it's a channel right here. Click on new dock channel bar, and now it's a channel. So everything is in here. I'm not sure what you mean by, is there a tab? Now you can take, if you wanted to, you can take this chart right out if you wanted to. Just duplicate it into a free floating window. This is what I've got on my other monitor. So when I click on an alert, it's going to load into the go no go chart. If that's what you mean. You don't see the channel? Yeah, maybe you have to, or before you do that, maybe all I have to do is go to account and do a reset. Okay, try that first. Okay, try that first. Now, I'm assuming, I don't know what version of trade ideas you have to have, but I make sure you're on maybe the latest also. But try this first, click on your account and do a reset and see if that helps. If not, then yeah, just do a reboot. No coupon, no. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't think so, but well, I'll tell you what, Laura. If there is it will take a coupon. Okay, good. So you can use Barry 15. Okay, use Barry 15. You'll get 15% off. That's only the first month, though. Okay. But I would also suggest you take a look at the videos first, okay? To sort of understand what you're buying, okay? All right, guys. I'm doing a lot of these. Well, not a lot of them. I've done two of these so far: the gap continuation and reversals, the IMMR and the JMIA. But look at JMIA now. I mean, look what happened, and it's so I'm saying, guys, have the SPY or have some way to track the market up, because JMIA was basically doing exactly what the market was doing. A couple of moves up, and now that big red bar down, big red bar down. Ah, wow, IMMR. Now, this is really kind of trading on its own. I don't think it's really all about the market. So if you won't short, guys, you're probably missing out. I haven't talked about that for a while. I know a lot of you won't short, either for maybe account reasons. Maybe your account doesn't allow shorts, or maybe for psychological reasons. You don't feel it's right to short. Well, this one, what's going on with this one? So this is actually an earnings play. Yes, WAFD is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Didn't really do much in the pre-market. But WAFD is an earnings play. You can see that yellow line right there. That signifies that it is an earnings play. Starting to fade a little bit here. Wow, look at the AEHR now. It's really gave up. In fact, it's probably challenging the 200-day moving average again. Yeah, look at that. So it is challenging. So here's the deal: will that 200-day moving average act as support? I think you're kidding, right, Jacob? Yeah, well, it's all the semis, right? I mean, and the Nas, of course, heavily weighted in the tech stocks, semis, etc. Yeah, the Dow, there is a disconnect, though. You're right. Dow's up a little. So this is showing up on the gap up and reverse, or gap down and go, ADVM. But there is a little low right there that could act as support. ADVM. Also, do I have shorts available? All right, so HNST, I do see that it's an AI alert. However, if I look left, there's a high right there at 411 and then one at 448. So if it can kind of take out that 411, it may have a shot. 448, 450 level. Could I look at QURE? Sure. This is from our YouTube room. Well, of course, this has been very active last week. Any news on it today? Cantor Fitzgerald reiterates overweight and maintains a $24 price target. So I guess that's the reason. Okay. I mean, that must be the reason why there's some enthusiasm with QURE today. Other than that, that whole number of 10, huge psychological number to get through, in my opinion. Well, look at the topping tail and bottoming tails now for AEHR. See if I can find it anywhere here. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. Well, big top here and a big bottom here. So Christopher, I really don't have any idea whether or not the semis are going to bounce back soon. Define soon. And also, it's all now. Depends what comes out of people's mouths, regarding Taiwan and China. So will there be a softening in the stance? Will there be a hardening in the stance? I don't know. Wow, look at the grail here, guys. Wow, this is that spin-off from Illumina over here. It took out the high. Forgot to keep watching this one. This took out the high yesterday of around 19, closed up here. Another new high now for Grail, GRAL. Now this is a alpha stock, doesn't care what the market's doing. Also, interesting. Let's take a look at IBB. Yeah, so this is one I used to follow all the time. ETF for the bios, and this is a 2.5-year high for the bios. So the bios are just the big guys. I mean, I know you guys have been talking about Lilly. Lilly's probably an all-time. Well, it probably was an all-time high, though. Well, it was up here. It was an all-time high up here. I think uranium stocks are being hit a bit here, guys. Uranium. So this is a gap down and reversal play for Relay, RLAY. However, the next high looking left is too close for me anyway. That was yesterday's high. Let's take a look at the semi ETF. Wow, I missed this one. FDMT. Look at this, a gap up and reversal play for FDMT. Gap up and reversed. Didn't see this one really in the pre-market, or did I? Is it on my? I don't see it on my list. Probably because it was just chopping around. But wow, what a gap down now. The next hot or next low looking left is about $1 away. And that is for the FDMT. I just don't feel right about chasing it now. Okay, what are the cannabis plays doing? Here's ACB. Here's a cannabis play. I don't know if this is all of them or just ACB specifically. Okay, so you're saying dope is popping. Okay, so let's take a look at CGC. Yeah, so they're all, let's take a look at MSOS, the ETF. Yeah, so MSOS is popping here, getting right into that 200-day moving average, right into it. But we've seen this play before. All right, guys, Shim. Shim on the way here. Now, the next high looking, well, one high around 340, pre-market high around 350. Had some news, $27 million contract, and that is for SHIM. MLGO. So you were obviously long this one, Shady. I'm assuming MLGO. I'm assuming. So this is a bounce play. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting happening. Yeah, not a lot of continuation, guys. The shim was okay for a bit, but not a lot of continuation that I'm seeing right now. Market is still kind of figuring out, not that shim really is affected that much by what the market is doing, but the market is right now in, up, down, up, down. I see I saw this one earlier, guys. AMIX, saw this one right around this 120 mark. Of course, got distracted doing something else, but AMIX, probably a low float, 10.6 million in the float. Also, approaching the high of 2 days ago, 183. And I'm not saying, I don't see any specific news on it. Medical device company. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just again internal discussion. So that look at the AMEX. Now it little bit close. 184 is the next high looking left. Look at the volume. Holy smokes, look at the volume. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was 179. That's the week's volume. Still a lot of volume this week. 179 million. It was huge 2 days ago. What are we, Wednesday? So that's Monday's volume was 150 million shares with 10 million in the float approximately. So that traded the float 15 times. Yeah, so I'm seeing, yeah, look at CGC, Tilray, ACB. So the cannabis plays, cannabis are, I'm making sure no one goes to jail for the mere use or possession of marijuana, and their record should be expunged. It's time we right those historic wrongs. That's according to the White House. Okay. Now, I don't know how many people had shorts for LG, or sorry, LS, LCFY. I know it's an AI alert, but I didn't have shorts for that. I don't know how many people had shorts for that one. All right, let's take a look at some of these races and see if anything is starting to set up. Man, it's 10:28 already. Oh, yeah. So I'm looking at Shim, guys. I mean, I don't mind it, except that I just think that it's got that. It's won 4 races, but it's got this right up here that is stalling it. Yeah, LCFY is an AI alert. Yes, Chester, but it's a short. Okay, I don't have shorts available. That's our question in our YouTube room. It's a short at 704, but I don't have any shorts available for it, so I could not partake. All right, guys. Well, I'm a little late. Normally I do this about 10:15, but let me go over my homepage. But first, let's talk about the test drive. You guys can sign up for it. It runs from the 19th to the 29th. It'll cost $7.77. You'll have access to the full premium service of test drive of our trade ideas. Okay. You can try us out for those days, July 19th to the 29th. But also, stuck in between, we do have the contest, which will run from the 24th to the 26th. So right in between, from the 24th to the 26th, we'll have the contest, $3,000. Well, first prize, it's the only prize. There's no second or third. $3,000 to the winner. The caveat is you can only trade the AI alerts. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to take the AI alerts right, when you get the alert. You don't have to take it right then and there, but you just have to trade those symbols, okay, over the 3 days. You can go short, you can go long, but just all you have to do is read the instructions when you sign up. Click on that test drive and contest link, and just read the instructions. Okay. No, it's an Amazon gift. We'd love to give cash, but we can't because then we run into lottery issues or whatever. So it's an Amazon gift certificate. Most people can use it. So that's the first thing. So that's the test drive, guys. Now we don't have, people probably are one of the number one questions we get. You have a free trial. We do not. So this is about the closest you're going to get. Okay. Okay, guys, now my homepage, and especially probably some of you might be looking for my scans. Okay, if you have trade ideas, some of you might be looking for my scans. So I'll show you how you can get them. But before I do that, talk a little bit about the other information you can find on my homepage. So clicking on my homepage link. So this is what you're going to see. So here is a way, and I guess you can use that promo code to get 15% off the Go No Go for the first month. Okay, so you can use that Barry 15. Room will get credit also. So that's 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And as always, please use the promo code you find on my homepage. That will go a long ways to keeping this room free. Okay, because the room gets credit. So Chester, the question in our YouTube room, in the YouTube room, how does the AI alert works and trade ideas? Is it notified before the entry level? No, you'll see it. It's a real time alert when the alert happens. It's not unlike, it's not unlike this, okay? If you can bear with me for, 2 or 3 minutes, I'll explain it in a little more detail how it works, okay? I just want to keep going. So if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. First one to download and install, first startup and login. Episode 7, introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. You must do this first, guys. This is a software program. Obviously a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do here in the 10 short videos is cover all the major aspects of trade ideas, okay? If you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is also free, about 38 videos, so also free. You can take a look at this. I think it's very beneficial if you are new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. This is also free. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section. Click here on the education section. This is our user guide. We have a great user guide, all segmented. Right at the very beginning, the getting started again, okay? Now, way more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to create your own stock races. I'll go over this one stock race that you can see. I love to put price alerts on charts. If you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, you can do it. And you just have to go here and it explains how you do it. Now, again, this is a software program with a big user guide. You do not have to learn everything that's in the user guide. And daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. Jamie sometimes listens to me Wednesday. I'll confirm that, though, before I do take my break in about an hour and a half. Last, here are my scans. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down, here are the scans that I am currently sharing, okay? So this race is the one you can see, this one right at the top here. I am sharing 2 other races. You can't see them anymore, but you can, there they are. Halts resumes, which is actually really interesting. Usually this is full by now, but only one stock got halted today so far. This is the momentum scan. I'm going to go over this one, the momentum scan. And then the other one and look how full it is today. The gap continuation or reversal scan, which I'll go over also. Okay. And I have other scans that I am sharing. I don't have them all up and running. And that would be crazy. Please don't load them all. Okay. You'll be overwhelmed with alerts. But you can just take a look. Hopefully I've named them so they make sense. You can just kind of take a look at them. Okay, getting back to Chester's question in our YouTube room. So you don't get you get the notification. It's a real-time notification, okay? So for instance, the LCFY as a short, you had a real-time alert at 7:04. And so that's basically how it works. You have these are all real time. Now, you don't get hung up. I'm not just talking to you, Chester. Don't get hung up on, well, okay, I click on the alert and it's already moved a couple of pennies. Don't get hung up on that. I mean, these are not designed just to scalp for a couple of pennies. Okay. And in fact, I would never take any trade without checking the chart first. Okay. And if I like what I see, then I'll take the trade. And I'm not, again, I don't care if it's one of my alerts or something from the AI. So in other words, you can't get notified before the entry level because the entry level is a real-time alert. So it's not unlike this, okay? I like to demonstrate the momentum scan for people who don't know anything about trade ideas or just kind of getting used to it, what we're all about. So we are a scanner, a real-time alert scanner. A lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners, but I'll dispute that a little bit. We are definitely a real-time alert scanner. So if I take a look at this scan called Momo, I right-click on it, configure, and click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that means it's got to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high of the day, we get a real-time alert. So sort of to answer your question, Chester, we don't know what stock is going to show up. This is what we call event-based. If everything meets the filter requirements and the stock makes a new high of the day, we'll get a real-time alert. So we don't know that AILE, before 10:36 was going to do this. So that was a real-time alert. And so far, what time is it now? Almost 10:40. So since that alert for AILE at 10:37, there has not been a stock that has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay. So the AI works exactly the same way. You get an alert. It's a real-time alert. If you want to trade it, if it meets your trading style, your plan, then you go ahead. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Now, if you like this scan the way it is, it's on my homepage, but of course, you can make changes. If maybe you don't like something, maybe you don't like one of the filters I've got, or maybe you've got a filter that you'd like to add, or maybe you want to change the price range. I've got between 1 and 100. Maybe you don't like that price range. Of course, you can make any changes you want. I'm not trying to force my trading style on anybody. This is just what I like to see. Now, if you want to create your own scans from scratch, you can do that too. So this time I'll click on search. So right at the very top, these are the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got. The new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I keep scrolling down, all of these icons represent more real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down till I get to these icons, these are the filters, the screeners that we've got. So if you're looking at this for the first time or relatively new, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all, okay? The only reason there are so many is that, when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, then they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and all these different filters to try to satisfy the majority of our customers who want to create a scan. There's all sorts of different trading styles out there, but you don't have to learn them all. Don't look at this and say, wow, this is way too difficult for me to learn this program. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters. Why? Because that's all I need for my trading style. Your trading style may be completely different, and some of these real-time alerts and the other filters that I don't use, they may fit perfectly to your trading style. Ah, shoot! Look at Shim now. All right, give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, let's take a look at AILE, the learning engines. Not a lot of volume yet, only 129,000 shares. That is 3.9 times normal, but not a lot of volume yet. I'm seeing that's also, yeah. So that chat, so it's coming into the high, 206. That's the high of a couple of days ago. So I guess Shady is in DATS, DATS. Ah, I'm missing out here, guys. Remember, I was talking about this FDMT. This was a gap down or a gap up and reversal play. And I do see now that it's also interesting. Okay. This is interesting to me anyway. So there was the alert at 10:18. There was the price 23.11. Okay. To short FDMT. And look at this. So in our AI, exactly the same. It's like they're looked at the same thing. 23.11, the same time. And that was a short. I just got distracted, unfortunately. That's a great one. Okay, guys, let's talk a little bit about this race you see here. Notice that there's a top 10 list that is being automatically built. Chester, that is something it's my own scan. Well, I mean, yeah, but I can share it with you though. It is my own scan that I created, but I'm sharing it. Okay. All I have to do is click on my homepage link. This is Chester in our YouTube room. So just click on my homepage link and then scroll down until you see that middle section. That here are my scans. Click here. And then right here, sorry, the gap continuation or reverse. Actually, I want to go over that right now before I talk about the race. We're probably going to get a lot now going forward. A lot is not necessarily a good thing, but so I may tighten up the filters a bit. But anyway, this is what it's looking for. Okay, now it's a multi-strategy window. That's why it says has an M in the upper left-hand corner. Now, the reason why a lot of people will use a multi-strategy window if they don't have a lot of screen space, okay, and that's not my problem. I've got 3 big monitors, but if you say you only had 1 monitor and you had a few alert windows on your monitor, and what you can do, you can take your alert windows and put them into one window called a multi-strategy window. Now, again, screen space is not a problem for me, but what I like to do sometimes is group scans that are kind of similar into a multi-strategy window, which is what I've done here. So if I right click on it and hover over strategies, you're going to see there are 4. These are just alert. These are just scans. Okay, alert windows. There's a gap up and go, a gap down and reverse, a gap up and reverse, and a gap down and go. So the gap up and go, and I've color coded them. So the gap up and go, hopefully these all make sense. The gap up and go, that meant stock gapped up. And then at the time of the alert, it kept moving higher. Now, again, I always have to say this every single day. Doesn't mean it's going to keep moving higher for the rest of the day. Or in fact, when you get the alert, it may reverse. There's no guarantee it's going to just keep going. But that's the theory behind it, the gap up and go. The gap down and reverse, a stock that gap down and then reversed. That was like the JMIA. Okay, this morning. The gap up and reverse. And that that is the FDMT. The stock that gapped up and then is reversing. And then the gap down and go is the stock that gapped down and then kept going down. Okay, so there are 4. So, these are, this is a long strategy, the gap up and go. And this is a long strategy. I'm sorry, gap down and reverse. This is a long strategy. Okay, so if you don't want to ever short, then you can always uncheck these 2. Okay, this is a reversal to short, and this is a gap down and go to short. So if you don't ever want to short, you can just uncheck these 2 if you want. Okay, so that is the theory behind the gap up. I would have expected Schwab to be on. Well, let's take a look. I mean, there will be a reason, obviously. Okay, so the price range is fine, $75. So that wasn't the issue. The volume, of course, is fine, 300,000 shares. Well, okay, so there was the low. It would have to take that low out. So you could have got, let me see what the gap down has to be. Okay, well, there's your answer. Okay, you see, in this, the open, okay, has to be at least 4% below the previous close. So here's where this is where it opened. I can't highlight it because this is open. So obviously this was not 4% down from the open. Okay, remember the open has to be at least 4% below the previous close. So that's the reason. Because I'm looking right here in the open. I mean, it's only down 5% now. Okay, so obviously it did not open 4% below the previous close. Okay. Wow, that's a big miss by me, guys. It's the FDMT, and look, and it's right at the 200-day moving average. Also 2130 or so, 2124. So it's right at that 200-day moving average. Now let's see if that holds it. Let's see if that holds it as support. I mean, that is a massive move down from the highs. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about this race that you see here. Okay, so that race just ended, and the winner of the race was MIGI. So, how did it win that race? Well, first of all, remember in the guide, so you click on my homepage link, go to the education section, and go to the guide. And there's a whole section on TI stock racing. So, I'll explain what this race is looking for. So, I run 4-minute races. And again, you can run whatever time period you want. You can customize your races. I'm going to show you what I mean. So once this usually takes a half a minute to warm up. Okay, so Shim, right now, since the race started, Shim has moved 1.37%. Okay, since the race started. Now you will see sometimes you'll see some pretty big percentage moves here because I don't have any restraints really on market cap size or float or anything like that. So you can see some pretty big moves here. I'm just waiting to see. There's Mesa. This is an airliner, I believe. Yeah, Mesa Air Group, 1.73%. So you can see what happens. It's like any typical race. There's jockeying for position. Who's going to win it? Like any race, the race will be over in about a minute and a half or so, and then there will be a winner declared. Whatever stock wins the race will you'll see it right here, the last winner. And if it won a race before, you will see that it will. Yeah, now here's WNW. Now it's up 4% since the race started. Bottom line is that there's a top 10 list that is built for you automatically, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So Amex has won 6 races today. This is a stock you probably should pay attention to. It's not at the high of the day anymore, but maybe, just maybe, it's pulling back to some area that you like. I'm looking for the VWAP. 141 is the VWAP. So it's kind of at the VWAP area. If you're kind of a VWAP player, maybe you'll watch this and see if that VWAP holds it and maybe it bounces. Or maybe you have a moving average that you like that you've got on your chart. Maybe it'll move into it. Okay, so these are not just about playing stocks that are at the high of the day. Click on anytime a stock is in this top 10 list, just click on it and see where it is. Maybe it's setting up for you, for your trading style. The nice thing is that it automatically creates this list for you. So why are these stocks showing up though? So if I right click on this and I open the top list, all races start from a top list window. Okay. Notice if I right click on this top list window, it says launch real time stock race. So all races start from a top list window. And of course, this top list window is something, these are the stocks that I like to see based on the filter requirements. Yours could be very different. Let me just take a look, right click, configure, and summary. So this is what I want to see. If the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, then a stock will be in this list of stocks, okay? You can of course create your own top list window with your parameters. So before we had, look at this one now. Look at the WNW up 14% since the race started and it just ended. So of course it won that race. And that was the fourth race it won. That's what the numbers beside the symbols mean. How many races has a stock won? So before we had the races, this is how a person would use the top list window. If you wanted, for instance, to see the stocks that met your filter requirements, the price range you like, minimum volume, things like that. Let's say you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from their opening trade of the day. That's the change from the open percent right there. So as long as you had a column up here that reflected that, you could double left click and that would sort. So WNW, it's moved 41%. AMIX 22% from its opening trade. That's great, but what would happen if, like NFE, which I've seen, what would happen if, say, NFE or Mesa? We saw Mesa won a race, I think, the one before this. What if Mesa? Where is it now? Well, I'll pick one. Oh, there's Mesa. So Mesa is up 5.8% from its opening trade. Well, what if all of a sudden Mesa really started to move? It's up 6%, 8%, 10%. More than likely, you'd never see it. You'd never, I mean, who's going to stare at a list of stocks all day long to see which one is really moving up? Well, that's what the race does for you. It'll show, it doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from the open or down the most from, well, not, it won't be down the most. It has to be, up at least a certain amount. Doesn't care. All it cares about is that when the race started, what stock is moving the most. Look at WNW. I mean, it's leading the race again. Okay, I'm not saying it may not last. I mean, it's 2 minutes in, but WNW leading the race again. So that's how it works, guys. Okay, so now you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on the stock. If you see actually any stock you see here, click on it, see where, and if a stock is starting to move up, click on it, see what's happening. Like think on ARBK has been super active. Click on it, see what's happening. It's close to the high of the day. Maybe it's setting up for your trading style. And Jamie just answering me so a little while ago. So it will be Jamie taking over for me in our YouTube room. Keep an eye on AEHR now, guys. Okay, it's now over 20 again. I mean, it's a pretty. It got all the way down. Wow, got all the way. Are you kidding me? Down to 1840, and it bounced right back up to 20. This is an earnings play, an AI play, and a bunch of upgrades. So there's a lot going for it, but it sure had a big pullback. It's just another room that I moderate a YouTube room at the same time, Christopher. They see my screen, hear me also. Just, but the room you're in has a lot more action with other traders talking amongst themselves. Okay, there's just not as much action in the YouTube room. It's good if you just want to hear me, I suppose, and see my screen and don't care that much about interacting with other traders. But when I take my break between 12 and 1, then one of the other traders does take over for me in our YouTube room. And I do think it's a good idea. Head over there between 12 and 1, listen to another trader. We all have different trading styles, 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. We all have different trading styles. And Jamie, who is listening to me, he doesn't mind my saying this, but he's a scalper. He is the definition of a scalper. Now, I don't know how much scalping he's doing these days, but he is a scalper. He doesn't mind taking big positions in stocks and trying to get 2 or 3 or 4 cents. That's not my style, but they all have different styles. He does other things too. He's not just doing that, but you can head over and listen to his trading style. And he also has scans that he's sharing. Man, oh man, this FDMT. Wow. So before it even pulled up again, it got down to 1969 from 2311. That's from our AI and also from my gap continuation or reversal scan. Now, I will say this. If you load this from my homepage, this is the don't repeat version of it, okay? Your version will be you'll see the stocks over and over again, okay? And that's fine if that's what you want. I like to see the don't repeat version. So what that means is when I get an alert for, say, FDMT, that's the first time at 10:18, FDMT met all the filter requirements and there was the price. After that, I will not see it, even though it's continuing to move down. You will see it. Why I like to do this is because then I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that alert? I click on the symbol and I can see what happened. There's the other one. In fact, the AI is mimicking me or something because there's the same one, LCFY 704 at 10:20. There was an opportunity to short. I didn't have shorts available. Anyway, that's what I like to do. I like to see the first time we had the alert and what happened from there. All right, let me take a look at WNW. There's Amex now, another one going to probably win another race. Amex, AMIX. Wow. AEHR guys on that 20 break was awesome. So let me show you how the go no go identified that. Okay. So again, I guess now you can have this. It's an add-on. This will cost you $49.99. Is that the price? I think I should know that, but I'm going to assume it's the same as the Anchor View app. But this is how it kind of works. And there are 2 videos. Okay, you should watch them. Watch the videos before you decide if this sort of system makes a little bit of sense to you. So it's all about the color changes. Okay, so you can see here at the very beginning of the day. Now I wouldn't take this at the beginning of the day, just because I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. But see, this is what I'm talking about. This is the color change that they talk about, or that the system is based on. So you can see this. I call this a little light green. When it turned blue, that is the suggestion to go long. Now, in this particular case, obviously that would have worked great. I'm not saying they're all going to work like this, but that was the suggestion, well, on that color change. So, 2025, before it pulled back, got up to 2084 or so. But that's kind of the way it works. Let me see if I can find some others. I want to see one with sort of multicolors. Okay, so this again, watch the videos. Okay, when you see the orange, this is basically saying, you know what, we don't see a big benefit either going long or short. So kind of stay out of the trade until we get a color transition. That's the theory behind it. Now, you don't have to. I mean, you don't want to follow it. Okay, so you can see right there was a little color change. I mean, there wasn't a big extension though. It got it, from there, it got up to 2119, 2130, not a huge one, pulled all the way back. Let's see, we get another one up here though. I mean, this is a very strong stock on a day, that is not a strong day. Well, then just keep doing that, Christopher. And on the flip side, you know, the suggestion is to go short. Okay, now there wasn't what you would normally see is a let me see if I got a light pink. A light pink. So the idea would be if you see a stock starting to move down, and then you see a light pink, that's sort of setting up. Okay, guys, get ready. We might have a short opportunity, and then if it turns into this deep purple, then that is a sign that maybe you want to go short. Even this transition, that wouldn't have been bad, obviously. But watch the videos. Watch the videos, okay? If you click on click on new and then dock channel bar, and now we do have the channel, but you have to sign up for it. But and this pops up. Okay, that's what. So here it is. But here are the two videos. Before you sign up, I would take a look. I mean, understand what they're all about. Two videos, channel explainers. There's also, a very brief explanation. I mean, this is really what it's all about. Okay. And when you sign up, you can use my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only. Now, what I don't see here, these are all daily. Okay. I don't see the go no go was really designed for daily trade, for more swing trading. Okay. Now, I know Michael has created some for intraday trading based on a 5-minute chart. I don't see any of the scans here though. But what I can see, let's take a look at. So no go is basically shorting. Let's take a look at this one, Amex. Not sure why that would show up. So yeah, I mean, if you're more, just a minute, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. So, anyway, what I was going to say is that, I mean, if you're looking more for swing trades, this is probably not a bad idea to take a look at these. All right. For instance, here's lift. So you can see I mean, it's obviously been in a downtrend. That was yesterday's candle, that light pink. Now this is turning into that deep purple. So, if you're into swing trading, I don't know, it might be a little too extended. I'd probably want to see something that was maybe flatlining a little bit more, but it's up to you. You can click on the alerts, and if they meet your trading style, take a look at FTNT, see if the same sort of you can. Yeah. So what's happening? I see what the alert. I think what the alert is doing. It's actually zeroing in on the transition of color. Let me make sure I'm right. Yeah. Look at that. That's pretty cool, guys. I mean, so what it's doing, it's looking at the transition of one color to the next. Now, this arguably I could be using this for day trading too. Yeah, that's exactly what it's doing. The color transition. And if you want to know more about Go No Go, I mean, again, the reason why we are charging for it is because it's not our software. Okay, so it is the people who created Go No Go. You can go to their website and you can get obviously a lot more information about it. But we are basically, I don't know if the right term is licensing them from it, but it is not our software as such. So we're paying them. So out of the $49, I don't know what they're getting, but where do I put the ticker on the no go to look up a stock? So are you talking about having a free floating chart like this as opposed to being in the channel, Misa? Because obviously, I mean, this channel is linked. Everything is here. I mean, these are all scans for you. Okay, so you're talking about having a free floating chart. Okay, so all you have to do, this is what I've done. This is a free floating, because you're right. If I click now, I don't want to get too complicated here. Let me just see something here. Yeah. So you can do something like this if you want to keep the channel up and running. Okay. You want to have the chart in here. If you notice right here, it says if you right click on the chart and it says properties and go down to symbol linking, little pop up. Notice it says it's docked. The docked window is checked. That means you're only going to see stocks from within the dock window that are created here. But if you uncheck that I hope I don't. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be okay. Go link to all. Okay. If you change that to link to all, now what happens? Or watch what happens. Okay. Now, whatever alerts you've got from your own scans, you can use this. Make sense? Now, if you don't care about the scans, if you don't care about these scans at all, then you can just take this window out or take the chart out, right click on it, and duplicate into a free floating window. When you do that, then it's free floating, and then right click again, go to properties, go to that symbol linking, and check link to all. And then any of the scans that you've got or any of the symbols that you've got on your layout, when you click on them, it'll load into the chart. But if you do want, I mean, that's not a bad idea. I mean, I maybe I'll just I have to really examine this to see what sort of alerts I'm getting from these. But that's how it works, guys. What's that lift again? And I think the idea then, I believe the idea is that if you decided that you wanted a short lift, you're you wouldn't now hopefully it would start to work for you. Okay. Now the question we get all the time, well, how do I know when to get out? Completely. I'm going to call this completely because if this really started working, maybe you're going to take, maybe what if it had a big crash down to $12 or something and you were in at 12.73, maybe you're going to take some out, stuff like that. But if it remains purple, you keep in the trade. The minute it transitions up to a light pink, so for instance here, okay, and then it transitioned, you might have got out right there. I mean, again, this is not, there's nothing foolproof, okay? Don't think that this is the magic bullet. That now all you have to do is like everything is going to work all the time. But for me, one of the things that's done for me is that when I see an orange bar, I don't take the trade at all. Okay, that is basically telling you, you know what, we don't see an advantage one way or the other, either short or long. That's what it's trying to tell you. All right, guys. Wow, what a fast morning. 11:21. All right, Shady is short GME. Let's take a look at if it gets below 28.40. Okay, so I guess it didn't do that. And if it did do that, he'll take the short and he'll put a stop above 28.85. Have I got that right now, Shady? Man, is this? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Oh, you're in. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that. You're in. Gotcha. Okay. I do apologize. I know you post a lot of. I just, I'm so, I'm doing so many other things and I just can't follow. But I do appreciate your alerts. This was sensational, guys. All I can say, this was sensational, and I'm just kicking myself. I did not see it in the AI. Okay, I did not see it. Um, I saw it in this one, and it's possible that what happened, because they happen at exactly the same time. I have a sound alert on this window, and I have a sound alert in the AI, of course. So that when a symbol shows up, there's a sound alert, so I'll know which window to look at. More than likely they happen at exactly the same time, and so it had to pick which window was like which superseded the other by maybe a nanosecond. Okay, and I guess because I don't recall hearing this in our AI. If all that makes sense. Well, the amazing thing is, I mean, look where it came from, $30, and it's dropped $12 now. And this was early this morning. This is 5 a.m. Eastern time. Might there may have been something previous to that, but the phase two trials announced positive initial, interim, 24, et cetera, et cetera. But somewhere, I don't know. I mean, I don't know anything about this drug, but maybe there's a limited market for it, or maybe there's something else buried in. While there was positive, however, we found, I don't know, but that is a massive drop. All the excitement at the beginning. I mean, that didn't happen until the market opened. I mean, there's 9:30. That's the opening candle. Until then, this looked like a stock that was probably going to rip higher. And it's not a high float, not a low float. Oh, BANL. Yeah, I'm seeing this one also. This is the momentum scan. It's also should be here soon. I have a $1 minimum price in here, so that's probably why it's not here yet. There it is now. Man, William or anybody with Fidelity or E-Trade. And I know Centerpoint, I know Cobra, and I know probably Trade Zero had shorts available for LCFY. Just wondering about E-Trade or Fidelity if they had shorts. Oliver, so you shorted AEHR, okay? Not available at Fidelity. So now, how about E-Trade for LCFY? No E-Trade. So there were no shorts available. So really, you had to have, I call them one of the specialty brokers that kind of specialize in having shorts all the time. You might have to pay a lot for them, but they seem to have shorts. So like Centerpoint or Trade Zero or Cobra. Now, if Casa, you say that Questrade had shorts for it, I'll be amazed. But so again, guys, if you see this early enough, I mean, it all depends on when you see, if you had an alert for CLBT. Now, what I'm hoping for though, because Michael, I know, had intraday ones done also. So you can see what the transition was right here for CLBT. There's that light green, and then it turned into the dark, into the blue. And so an opportunity to test going long at 1232. Okay, that was the transition. You moment, guy. Okay, guys. Now I am now AEHR actually was an AI alert also, and it's just a little bit below the AI price. So I'm going to watch to see if it takes out 21 again. Because remember, this had I'm going to put an alert right around 21. Want to get an alert if it hits there. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade immediately, okay? But I want to know if it hits 21, and then I can make up my mind. And as we saw before, this has room on the monthly chart. Let me just refresh my memory here. The next high in the monthly chart is 2630. So there is a ton of room, at least on the monthly chart, for AEHR if it wants to keep going. And this is really, look, guys, this stock is trading on its own. It doesn't really care really what the overall market's doing to a certain extent. That drop might have been, this drop here, but the market's down, but AEHR, of course, earnings play, AI play, bunch of upgrades. So okay, Baba, sorry, I'm just reading your post now. You didn't like much. You didn't like much around 75% cents. How about now long for it? Well, I did see live person earlier today, LPSN. I haven't seen it since, but yeah. So on the monthly chart, I see a weekly chart out. I thought I saw. Yeah. So I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, I mean, to me anyway, it looks like there's could be a lot of resistance right around that one level. To me, don't let me stop you though. Don't let me stop you. All right, guys. AEHR is getting interesting again. Could take out that 21 at any time. And just as I speak about it, there it took it out. Okay, now I want to see what it's doing. 2097, 2103 is the bid ask. Okay, still hanging around that 21 mark. This is what I'm seeing right here. There's the bid ask 2099, 2106. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. Holding 21, holding 21. All right. You see if this goes now. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take the trade, but I almost took some off. I didn't. I should have taken some off. No, I got to struggle to get through 21 again. Okay, hold 21. Okay, guys, I'm just concentrating right now on the AEHR and seeing how it's trading. That was a beautiful pop up there. I almost took some off, but I resisted. And maybe to my that might not have been the right thing to do. Sorry, guys. I mean, I have to watch the AEHR. Just don't want to have like a big drop like that. Obviously, I have a stop and all that, so I'm not going to get nailed on it. But okay, 2103. Real cat and mouse right now at 21 for AEHR. Okay, guys, I'm out of it. Okay, the low 90s. I don't like the way. So what I'm going to do now is just put that put a price alert around 2111, 2114. See if it gets back up there again. My big clue. This should have, when it got up to 2123 and then it dropped right back down a little under 21. Didn't like it. But let's see what happens. I'm not going to give up on it, of course, because it's got so much going for it. All right, guys, 11:38. So Jamie is coming in about 20 minutes to relieve me. Wow, read it and weep. Wow, FDMT. And there were lots of shares available. Also, that was not an issue, and there would have not been an issue more than likely in the 10%, the down uptick rule. I don't think that would have been an issue. So the market is in a kind of a resting period right here. Okay, we're kind of moving around this area. Big gap down, of course, but no huge further damage done. Not yet, anyway. Ooh, so GME reversed on you. So, question in our YouTube room: how often will yesterday's movers and shakers continue that theme the following day? Well, there's no real way of knowing. Okay, depends on the news that a stock. Like, why did it move? If it's a little bio that really went crazy on kind of sketchy news, there's no guarantee. Of course, it will move. But if let's say you hear me talk, and we'll be into it certainly next week in a big way. You'll hear me talk about second day, third day continuation of earnings. So if a stock has earnings and the market reacted well, there is a good chance maybe the second day could have continuation on earnings, depending if it still has room to move. When you look left on a weekly or daily chart, is there still room for like AEHR? I mean, there's AEHR could be a good candidate for tomorrow. Could be. It's already had a great couple of weeks, but had earnings. So earnings is behind it through the 200-day. Lots of more news other than just earnings. AI play, bunch of upgrades, and then when you look left, it's got room. So that is one that I'd be watching tomorrow. Okay. I think earnings plays are probably the ones that a lot of people will watch to see if there's continuation the next day. The little bios, yeah, they can, but boy, I mean, with those low floats, you see a lot of times you'll see some stock that was high like ripping today and then it's down a lot the next day in the pre-market. You can see that in the pre-market. So the TKNO Tech Nova, let's take a look at this one. Low float, probably 19 million in the float. So just to continue, Ken, what I tend to do is a stock that was really active today. I've got 8 charts, not a lot of charts that are thumbnailed, okay? And a lot of times, what I'll do is I'll put those stocks. I'll pick a few of them, and I'll put those stocks as thumbnail charts. And so then tomorrow I'll be able to see what they're doing. So here is a bank, guys. The banks have done very well. These regional banks have done very well. Well, I shouldn't say that. The ones I've seen have done very well. Let's take a look at XLF. Just out of curiosity, this is not regional, but yeah, I mean the financials. That's the place to be today. No question. So you're probably going to see most of the bank stocks are up, and then you've got the regional banks. Why can't I remember what's the symbol? What's the ETF for the regionals? Starts with a K, I think. Following those, of course, when Silicon Valley is it KRE? I think so. I think you're right. I think it is KRE. Yeah. So yeah. So look at KRE. So this is a region. So this sort of narrows it down to just the regional bank ETF. So I mean, really, it's all about the semis today, guys. The semis are what is semi destroying the market. Not destroying the market. I mean, There's the semis. I mean, five down 5%. Wow. Well, definitely not a boring day, guys. Lots of activity. Well, at some point, this is probably going to bounce. So let's see where it could bounce. FDMT. So we'll probably have to look at a monthly chart and see where there is maybe some support. So on a monthly chart, there's still a low of 1677. So still, if it ever got close to that, I would say that probably would be a great bounce area because there's two months in consecutive months basically at that low. But that's another $2. Will this move another $2? I hope. Well, I hope so. If you're in this on a short, but for my sanity, I hope it doesn't because I'm so ticked off. I'm not in it. So, guys, I should have mentioned this earlier. Of course, this is first of all, welcome to the rooms. If you're new to the rooms, this is a trading room. These are trading rooms, but they're also a support room. Okay, so don't be shy. If you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. If it's an accounting type question, I probably won't be able to help, but I can at least direct you to our accounting people. If it's a scan that you're looking for and I don't have it, or a reasonable facsimile of one, I can always direct you to. Remember, we have five other traders, and they all have their own scans. So it's possible somebody else has a scan that you are looking for, and I can direct you to an email that you can ask that question. Yes, DAC MCRB. What a mover. Yeah. Last 71 cent stock about a week and a half ago. Oh, well, Arky. So the question in our YouTube room is how long will we support in YouTube? In YouTube. Well, these rooms have been like this. Well, YouTube started later, but these rooms have been like this. Well, okay, the two rooms since 2015, October of 2015, the main room. I can't remember when we started broadcasting in YouTube. A couple of years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. So I mean, they should be like this. Nothing lasts forever, I guess, but for a long time. How's that? It's not like this is something that's new and we're planning on not doing it. I mean, it's been like this almost 10 years. I can't believe I've been doing this almost 10 years in the main room. And they've always been free. All right, guys, 11:51. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room. I'll be taking, I'll be, okay, just give me a moment. I'm just trying to read. I asked a question in our Slack channel. Okay, guys, I was a little bit wrong. Okay, remember I was saying that in the Go No Go channel, there are no intraday plays, but you can access intraday plays from here. So if I click on New and then Market Explorer window, and then I right click and hover over that select strategy, and there's the Go No Go. So you can see they're the ones that are in the actual channel. If you're looking for intraday plays, here they are. So these would be scans for intraday plays. All right. So if I click on the Go Strengthening five, and they're all 5 minutes. So you can have access to intraday plays. It's just a matter of, so for instance, all you have to do is just load the channel. And then with that, with the chart that's in there, just make sure, actually, let me see if I'm right here. Just give me a moment. I know I'm talking to myself, but I just want to see where the linking is. Okay, so this is a link to all. Okay, so if you have any charts up and running, you can. This is a link to all. So if you're looking for intraday go no goes, they are available. Okay, 11:54. So before I just don't want to forget. So here is the YouTube link, guys. I'm not gone yet, but here is the YouTube link, and you can head over and listen to Jamie when he takes over for me at about 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock Eastern time. I'll put my announcement up here. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. Oh, I heard a little pop. Jamie's in a little bit early, I think. Okay, I just give me a moment, Jamie. Okay, guys. So Jamie, I think is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And let me just get rid of my music, Jamie. All right, Mr. Jamie, how the heck are you today?
Mr. Barry, I'm just fine. How are you?
Excellent. It's funny, because last Wednesday when you took over for me, I was begging for you to come early because it was so boring and everything. And wow, what a different what a difference a week makes.
Exactly.
What a day. I mean, there's just been so much activity and a couple of that. Did you take that FDMT from our AI by any
You
chance?
know, I pulled it up as soon as it came out, and I'm like, yeah, it's spready. But I should have just
Yeah.
taken a small amount of shares,
Yeah.
and that's one of my Achilles. That's my Achilles heel, right? I'm like, oh, that just looks way too nasty. But I mean, even if you would have popped 50 shares, that was a good
Exactly.
trade.
Exactly. Or as
Yeah.
down 3, 4, $5. I mean, that's even on 50 shares just to test the waters. I mean,
Yep.
it's not bad at all.
No,
The
no. I mean, it just went. There was no, oh, it's going sideways for a little bit. It was just bam. You know.
Basically it went. You're right, it went.
hmm
And I don't know if you but you saw the pre-market action on it. And I know you're listening to me sometimes, so you heard me maybe talking about it. And the pre-market reaction was really good,
Yeah.
and when you read
hmm
a press release that they put out, positive data results, positive this, positive that. And yeah, the market reacted positively until the market actually opened at 9:30. And then it just
Yeah, and
splattered
if
it.
you would have faded that the bottom of that pre-market range at 27,
Yeah.
you'd have been 3 points, 4 points earlier than the AI.
Exactly.
hmm
And and I saw it on my gap down and go and gap down and reverse gap up and reverse scan. That's where I saw it.
hmm
And it happened at exactly the same time and price in the AI. Anyway, let's not cry over spilt milk or
Hey, but there was a lot of other things moving around, and then we
oh
got
yeah.
we
Oh
got the
yeah.
Quad U with all the uranium mining guys getting
Yeah.
plugged today. So there was
Yeah.
some pretty good action out there.
No, definitely, definitely. This first 2.5 hours just flew by for me. Okay, well, thank you, Jamie. I'll come back at about 1 o'clock to relieve you. So I do appreciate your taking over for me.
Sounds good. Have fun. We'll see you when you get back.
Okay, bye bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hello to everybody out there. 1 second, make a couple of adjustments here. All righty, and hello to everybody. If you're new out there and have questions about trade ideas, this is the time for that. So this is the hour that we give Barry his break. This is the live support session. So any questions that you might have about trade ideas or anything market related, just use the questions panel to get it out there. I'll do my best to answer your questions. And I do have some rudimentary chart reading abilities. If you'd like me to take a look at any symbol, then by all means just throw it out there, and I'll give you my best layman's interpretation of what I see on the chart. In the meantime, some pretty interesting things. Here I am on the explosive, well, a modified version of the explosive winners channel, and let's see here. When did this one pop up? Yeah, let me just put this on 5 minutes. Right here. I was like, man, that looks nice and flat. That looks like a perfect range break, right? Right about there. And I pulled the stock up. I'm like, yeah, 60-cent stock, whatever. Just bang into some, see what happens. And, got lucky in the sense that it ran up so quickly from this 61-cent level to 80 cents. I mean, small dollars, but large percentage. So that one was it's always nice when you get into those and they just pop, you know. That's the exception and not the norm, but every once in a while we get one like that. So Took the cookies while they were passing the plate, and glad I did because right back down. Other than that, just some handful of other trades and did okay. So everything's just kind of sleeping right now. Oh yeah, and the boil. It was just not too long ago when Boyle was the big daddy, right? And is it UNG was the small one? But now the roles have reversed. And as these things approach zero, guess what they're going to have to do again? They have to keep reverse splitting these ETFs due to the time decay. Let's see. Hello, Iris. Yeah, I see your question there, Croft. I'll get to that in just a second. But yeah, on the UNG, let's see here. What do we bottom out at? About 1377. But as you can see, UNG is at all-time lows along with Boyle. So I would expect both of these instruments, Boyle and UNG, will probably end up trading below $5 at some point. I think I can't remember if it was UNG was or Boyle. It was like $3 when they finally reverse split it. So looks like that's in the works for those two ETFs coming up pretty soon. All right, Croft. Let's see. SMH going to bounce up to 66 this week. Well, no way to tell that, but let's take a look-see. SMH 66. Not sure if I'm confused or looking at the right symbol here. SMH going to bounce up to 66. 66 what? 266? I'm assuming that's what you mean. So 266 would be here, right? Very possible, if that's what you mean. Yeah, 266. I mean, we're just in this little range that's been created thus far, and 266 is right about there. Well, if I could get my lines to cooperate, yeah. So we're just in this little trench, very possible. I mean, or, depending on what happens before the day's out, maybe we go test this level. But I mean, we're definitely in this area here. Possible support, possible resistance. Time will tell. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, Nestor, were you just talking about the ASLN little range break that I was showing earlier? Because if so, yeah, so we had some upward momentum, then we got 1, 2, 3, about 15 minutes of consolidation after it put in that high, right? This is the 10 period right here, which I like to have on the smaller time frames. I mean, it really rules the roost most of the time on the 15, but when a stock's in play, 5 minutes pretty good too. And usually I have my VWAP on here for additional confirmation because when these things get snugly together, it usually generates some pretty good signals. I just added VWAP there, and you can see before we popped out here, we took a little excursion down to the 10, just kind of ended that candle body right there on the VWAP, and then boom, that's when it popped. So the way that I knew to look for ASLN was because it was showing up on this list early, right? And then, you got to give these things time to set up, right? We have to have some bars to to know where we are, right? Um, and then what I've been doing, that was approximately 30 minutes into the market, right? So at 30 minutes in, I'll always peruse these symbols and go, okay, this one looks like the thing that I look for, right? So let's take a stab at it. So you become aware of the stocks that might exhibit the pattern, because I mean, any stock out there could exhibit an opening range break, but I'm only looking for special ones. In the case of relative strength, they're also doing uh, typically a lot of volume as well if they're coming from these windows. And then sometimes none of them set up, but sometimes they do, right? But that's how I knew to look for some of these. This one just happened to be 60 cents, but it was generated from this top list, which you can easily access from the explosive winners. Now, just kind of going through some of these other ones, I did not catch this one, right? But that would have been a beautiful one too. Just a nice little range break here, right there at the 108 level. Man, that thing got up and boogied up to a little over 150. But then once again, you see the 10 period and the VWAP controlling the action there, or dictating the action. So Nestor, if that's what you were getting at, hope that makes sense. And you were also asking about ASLN. Let's take a look at that one. Oh, wait. Okay, never mind. That's the one. Yeah. Hello, Jamie. Ah, okay, Croft. Soxel to 66. One sec here, ladies and gents. Little internal dialogue here to deal with. All right. Okay, Soxel, 66. Ooh, that's a long way away. That is a long way away. Of course, we're down, what, 9% today? And, this is going to go in direct semiconductor bull. Yeah, okay. So the NASDAQ was getting kind of beat down earlier. And so the Soxel, well, Soxel's only going to get back to that level if the Qs get back to this level, right? Because it is the bull, right? So good question. You know, all we can do is consult the daily at this point in time. A lot of funny looking VWAP there, you know, crushed right through the 10 on a gap. So, put a gun to my head. These are the levels that I would take interest in right here in case we're not done, you know. But look where we put on the brakes today, right at the top of this little area right here. So this is either going to act as support and we bounce around here for a little bit and then maybe try to reclaim some of this. But a lot of damage being done on this move today. Can hold. We eke through here. We close below this level today. Well, then we might be 52 potential support might be in play. But it's going to take several days for us to even know what might be happening here. Today's close is going to be very important for Soxel. Once again, this is just from the Explosive Winners channel. And if we take a peek into this top list, which is, that's what a tree map is, it's a top list. Look at the very few amount of filters that we're employing here. It's got to be more than 50 cents. Relative volume has got to be at least 1.1. And it's had to have traded, I believe that's 200,000 shares, which, you know, isn't that impressive of a filter set, right? It's pretty basic stuff, but it still produces some very interesting plays. Now, of course, you could amp this up a little bit and say, don't want to see anything under a buck, don't want to see anything under 5, want to see more volume and want to see more relative strength. because relative strength, one is normal. So yeah, this is technically got relative strength, but only by 10% above normal. Now, just because we have 1.1 doesn't mean that's going to be it, right? Because if we look at the relative volume on Soxel right now is 2.11, but if we go back to this little ASLN, you'll see up here in the top right corner of the chart, 8.34. Okay, so minimum of 1.1, but this one's kicking out 8.34. And this little guy has just been clobbered over the past few days. Not so good. And so Nestor, if you click on the Explosive Winners channel, and let's say, okay, all you want to get is this window, and then incorporate it into your container or your free floating layout. All you have to do when you're in any of these channels to pull one of these windows out is just right click and then say duplicate into a free floating window. And then, you can take it, I'll drop the cloud link for this one into the YouTube chat, just in case you want to just grab this version. Okay, so that cloud link is um, in the YouTube chat if anybody wants it. All right, it's looking like we're caught up on questions. And I've neglected, I fear that when I start clicking on these symbols in the lower right from Dawn of the Dead, I neglected this list this morning. So let's see what I missed out on, if anything. Nothing big in microbe, just a run up. I mean, a little bit of action on that range break, but not a whole lot. Nothing to write home about. Ooh, now this one, not so shabby. And let's see, who was asking the questions? Nestor, same motif right here. Look at what we have going on here. You know, clearly buyers are in control. Get up here, do a little sideways dance, take a little blurb down, but a quick recovery, and then bust through that level. Of course, not a big move there, but it's just the pattern that we're looking at. A little bit more garbagey than the other one. Don't like to see those excursions. HBI. Wouldn't even touch that one. So yeah, it doesn't look like I missed a whole lot from this list today. Not really any time to react on that one. All right, well. Oh yeah, the WNW, we looked at that one already. That reminds me, of course, I can't remember the symbol now. It was one from yesterday. It was pretty good. You're welcome, Nestor. So what we're going to do real quick here, also the channel that we've devised for the range breaks. Let's take a peek at that one as well. And of course, the brand new edition of the Go No Go channel. Everybody's pretty excited about that one. Okay, opening range breaks. Let's see what this guy did today. Let me just pop this guy out. We'll go back to the other one. Nothing special on the techno. I would have liked this one a lot better without that wick there, but different traders have different preferences. When you see something like this and it wicks and comes back, there's an old saying that goes, if it wick there, it could trade there too. Classic example here. Buyers got a little overzealous, brought it back down. But look at the consolidation level here, right? And look at the VWAP. I mean, just sitting on it like a parrot on a perch, right? And you got your friend, the 10 period in here going, yeah, it's pretty strong. And then, later on in the day, we bust out here, get a little move from, 610 up to 640. Not too bad. Of course, NYCB, the banks have been in play. This one's kind of nasty, but worked nonetheless. Just expended a little too much energy getting up there. But once again, look at how these things react to the 10 and the VWAP when they're actually in play with decent volume for the day. Hey, what's up, Michael? I've been good. Hopefully you have as well. RVOI pre-market. Yeah, yeah, that is unfortunately true on the relative volume. That's always been the relative volume just doesn't tick because it's using the regular session. Now, have you tried any of the other volume filters? Because it's been a while since I explored those. Volume percentage, perhaps, things of that nature. I tell you what, let's do a little experiment here. Let's just go with a old-fashioned alert window. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna find these filters. Volume today, percent. Just to see if it reports pre-market. And where are you? There you go. Let's put some minimal price things in here real quick, just so we don't get inundated. Okay. I tell you what we're going to do here. That's what I was trying to avoid. Give me 1 second and we'll be back in business. Okay. Let's just duplicate this into here. That way we don't have to worry about everything disappearing. Okay, I don't want all those columns. And I did not want even. Okay, so pre-market. Okay, and volume today, but we want to look at the pre-market activity. So it's been a while since I've done this one. Hopefully I'm not doing it backwards. Okay. All right, so we are getting, and this is what I was trying to figure out here. Michael, I believe was who asked that question. Okay. Notice when the market opens right here at 8:30 my time, 9:30 Eastern. Relative volume on everything is like bonkers, right? That's why we're seeing these high relative volumes. But notice no change pre-market, right? But these guys over here, relative volume's not changing. Volume percent, however, is. So I don't know if that would be a good surrogate, and that's a percentage value. So when you're seeing pre-market ticks and it's like 16.3, then that's the pace that it's on. I'm just not seeing very many high numbers. I mean, that's the biggest one so far. And I mean, look at the pre-market on that one. Now that leads me to, well, what if we really, not really, but what if we just inserted some minimums here? And looking at the same time. Okay. See how much thinner the herd got? Okay. Question is, was this one worth paying attention to? Okay. Pretty busy in the pre-market, right? Did grind down and is heading lower. So, Michael, do you have an example? Say you have a stock that was doing crazy volume in the pre-market. If you have an example, I could pull it up and see what its metrics are, and that might give us some information to work with. Of course, that makes me think of FDMT, pretty active in the pre-market today. Don't know how many shares are cracking through there. Let's see, 6,000. Let's see, that was a bigger one right there. 107,000 shares in that 5-minute period. Hey, no worries, Michael. Oh, you got power issues. Okay. All right. Well, good luck with that. Pray to the tech gods. So let's just do an experiment here. We're just going to go in and point to FDMT. Yeah, and we're not getting any hits because apparently it did not meet it did not meet this requirement, but it was worth taking a look. All right, what do we got going on? Looks like the market is just spinning wheels down here at its lower extremes. And let me just do this here. All right, notice where we're putting on the brakes. Right here at the 10 period, which coincides with this little level right here that, for the time being, is throwing a little support at us. You know, all-time highs, pull back. All-time highs, which is probably going to be bouncing around in this range for an undetermined period of time. Of course, there's always the chance that we might violate these levels. And if we did get a little motion in the ocean to the downside, well, there you go. All right, questions panel is all caught up. So if you're sitting on a question, get her out there. In the meantime, Any bounce? Nope. They are not bouncing these things. Uranium miner, just swoosh and a slow grind down. And just as we saw on some stocks that were strong with heavy volume to the upside, exact opposite here. Hardcore selling, lots of volume. Notice every wick back up to the VWAP was rejected. And, several across here of the 10 coming through VWAP. The exact opposite is true when we flip the chart. A lot of the times the good action to the upside happens when the 10 comes up through the VWAP. Well, I saw Save was getting pounded earlier. Let's see if it's bounced at all. Yeah, they bounced it a little bit off the low there. Not a bad little break here in Save, but you gotta put your own artistic flair on it because yes, that is technically the low. But just like we saw in that other chart, if it wicks there, it can actually trade there. Now, once it did that wick, it's whether there's continued selling to be had, they just got a little overdone. And it's like pulling that beach ball underwater. It's going to snap back up, boom, shoots out of the water, rejected at the VWAP, right? Closes below the 10 again, comes down here, breaks that low. And a nice little grind down from 286 to there. Not a huge move, but it's the motion in the ocean. All right, let's take a peek at the Go No Go channel since we just launched that. So we got the new Go Stocks Daily, Go Pullback, Go Strengthening on the daily. Tell you what, I'm not used to actually. My charts typically have a dark background, but let's add VWAP here. And we definitely don't want black. Something that's going to stand out. That'll do. And of course, these are not candlesticks. They are open high-low close bars for the Go No Go. Blue, when things start to turn blue on the first bar, typically that's a sign of an uptrend. And then purple is downside action. Pretty interesting stuff. And then, these are the predefined scans that are showing you the stocks exhibiting the color of bars that we want. And then, of course, if you go to a smaller time frame, anything that you put in here is going to, automatically be colored, even though it's not necessarily in this window. So really, if you subscribe to Go No Go, you're getting a lot of functionality because you can throw any stock into a chart and see, you know, obviously sellers all day. Notice how everything's been a bit purple. Things start to change. They take the grind up. Of course, they get rejected at VWAP. The pink, then the pink turns purple again, and the downtrend starts again. Pretty interesting stuff. All right, we're about halfway through the session, and it feels pretty sleepy out there. Checking out some of these stocks that gapped. No quarter for Sava. No quarter for 5. S&TG trying to regain some. The only one thus far. But it seems like the ones that are gapping are not making anything back. Forgot to check in on yield Bitcoin. Looks like it's still holding strong, 64, 65. Nice little bounce off those lower extremes. I think we tapped, what, 53 and change on that last sell-off, but he's coming back strong, so that story continues. All right, questions panel is open. Any symbols the guys would like me to take a look at? Any questions about trade ideas? Just, you know what to do. Pretty decent crowd in here. But the market is definitely in a holding pattern for now. You know, where's the elevator music when you need it, right? One moment, guys.
I can sing a sonnet. Bye. Bye.
Perhaps you'd like to play the lute for us. Well, the FDMT, no bounce to the outs there. Wow. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 consecutive red 15-minute candles. Things just going down, down, down. Now it's interesting here because it's trying to put on the brakes. We've got consecutive candles leading to this red candle. Now, if this candle here closes green, and this candle has approximately 11 more minutes, slightly less than 11 minutes. If this one closes green, but then we get another candle on the other side of it to be red, then this is going to fit the pattern of the green bar ignored, GBI. So that would indicate further downside action. Or does it? Well, that's all dependent upon is there any room? Oof. Talk about engulfing. Wow. I'm not even going to count up how many candles that engulfed, but basically anything below that line got engulfed. Wow. Aha. Here we have it. Look at that, just like a magic. Leads me to wonder, also, if we anchored up here. Huh, interesting. Of course, it just didn't care. It melted right through. Yep, anchored to the low, anchored to the previous high, and it just kicked right through it. So even if it does exhibit a go, no go, I mean, yeah, I could get into this garbage over here. Stranger things have happened. I'm sure this caught a lot of people by surprise, you know. Just doesn't care what moving average, what anchored VWAP was. It just said, I'm going. But if it really does get a lot more sloppy, well, then perhaps this level is in play. It'll be interesting to see. See green so far. Okay. See, you guys are still pretty quiet. That's okay. It's kind of a sleepy time right now. Let's check out the short squeezes or what might be coming up. I think Michael Noss was talking about MNMD today. I think they got some kind of positive. No, it's down today, actually. But the short float on this one is about 27%. And, I'm sure a lot of shorts have been nervous in this recent run. But let's take a look at some of these others with a high short float. We got a 14%er there. EAT's got 16. Nothing just hugely. No short interests that are just massive that I can see thus far. Let's see what the setting is here. 10% on the short float. Well, let's just dial it up a little bit. Is everything gonna disappear? Apparently so. All right, well, it's good information. How about a meager 25%? There we go. Groupon, 26%. Lemonade, 33. Lovesack. Never really got this company, Let's make couches that you can take apart and assemble in different shapes and stuff. But let's also put wireless speakers all in it so you can bathe yourself in electromagnetic radiation while you enjoy your movies and take your naps because that's really good for you. But
Conspiracy
Trupanion.
theory.
Oh, it's not, Barry. It's what they call science. All you gotta do is get an
Bye.
all you gotta do is get an EMF meter.
Okay, bye.
Oh, hi, Iris. Well, thank you for breaking the silence, Iris. Do you have a top list with ETFs that you can share with me? Well, I don't readily have one handy, but all we got to do is take a visit to the sector status, I do believe. So let's see, top list with ETFs that you can share with me. Okay, so I just clicked on the sector channel, and here you have all the different, sectors with the main ETF and then the components of it, or all the theme, industrials, consumer discretionary, financials, along with all the components. So any particular ones you want out of here, or, it's just as easy for you to spawn a docked channel bar, pull up this channel, and then whichever ones you would like to extract, you can right click and then say duplicate into free floating window. Well, I take that back. Now, okay, so for some reason, these just have duplicate and it pops them out. Whereas in some of the other channels, you have the duplicate into free floating window option. But here, if you just duplicate, it turns it into a free floating window for some reason. Well, Iris, I guess I'm confused. If the, you know, which ETF, I mean, there's a gazillion ETFs out there. Um, so this is pretty much just a broad snapshot of all the major ones. So yeah, you can make a list and put whatever ETF you want in there. Um, when you say a different one, what would that mean? What is a different one? What's the meaning of that, I guess? Because I know that we have just, you know, all the ETFs in here. So you could always point to one of these guys. But that's just breaking them down to who sponsors the ETF, whose product is it? Tell you what, my phone's making a little too much noise here, so I'm going to silence it. And there we go. A chart that moves all the time. uh, are you talking about idea surfing? Because I mean, all the charts move all the time as the prices for the thing that you're watching update. Um, but maybe you're talking about idea surfing. Okay, a scanner that does, okay, a top list with ETFs. And now are we shifting gears here or talking about the same thing? Because, yeah, you can point an alert window to a list of ETFs, but then what do you want that window to show you? Yeah, if he wouldn't share it, did he? Then that might be his list that he doesn't want to share. Um, I don't know what that window is, though. Off the top of my head. I can inquire. Give me a moment.
Hey, Jamie.
Hey, Barry.
Maybe I can interject here. I don't know exactly what Iris is looking for, but I mean, we do have the ETF sector status channel in our doc channel bar, and they are segmented into who's moving up now and who's moving down now.
You mean like the screen is showing us right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, I didn't see that. But no, it's a little bit different. It's a well, okay. I've got it in the race. Who's moving up?
Ah, okay. Yeah. Let me scroll down to that one. Maybe that's more
Yeah, yeah, ETF
ETF
racing.
racing.
Okay, there. So now we've got two. You've got two, and you've got who's moving up and who's moving down. I mean, without
Yeah,
getting too complicated, what more do you need?
right. So I asked Michael, back channeled him, Iris, and we'll just see what he says, just because I'm kind of curious now. But yeah, here we are on the race channel for the ETFs. So this will keep you apprised of which ones are moving within the parameters of
And
the races.
yeah, and you know the tab right over is the top list version of it, ETF
Right.
gainers.
Yeah.
So I mean, you have your pick, Iris. Really, I mean, I wouldn't overcomplicate it. I mean, that to me is all you need.
Right. Thank you for that, Barry.
No problem. And Michael may not want to share it, not because I don't think he wants to share it. It might be like a huge top list, and he can't share it in.
And it's probably got a gazillion customs in it, is
Yeah,
probably what I'm thinking.
yeah.
Hmm.
Well, Iris, how many ETFs do you need? I'm sorry, this is your deal, Jamie. But you know, I again, sometimes I think people. I'm just going to talk in general. You might be just trying to overcomplicate it a bit.
Well,
Um,
let's take a look at the config here, right? So only the following list, ETFs, right? So spider sectors, ETFs. Um, to be honest with you, I don't know how many ETFs there are out there. I know that, the market as a whole has gone from like just over 8,000 tradable symbols, I think over 10,000 tradable symbols with all the new issues and the new ETFs and all that stuff. So it really just depends on, you know, the I mean, this is a pretty comprehensive list, right?
exactly.
So you can always, if you find, and there's a gazillion resources out there, if you find symbols that are not part of this list, you can point to multiple lists, just like this window is doing. So if you discover ETFs that aren't on these pre-programmed lists, then you can always create additional custom lists and just point to them as well. You can point to 3, 4, 5, how many ever symbol lists that you would like.
Yeah, and as Mark is saying, there's nothing to share, Iris. Just go to the channel bar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and it's ETF Racing.
Right.
So it's right there. There's nothing. You don't have to share it. Sorry, Jamie. I'll butt out.
That's okay. But Iris, what Barry's saying is, if you just go to New on the TI toolbar, and then you just say Dock Channel Bar, right? Then it comes up, and then all you have to do is come down here to the ETF. Let's see, where did it go? That's Fang Stock Racing, ETF Racing right here. All you have to do is click here, and voila. Then you can, you got these things. You want to keep them in a container, you can do that, or you can just right click and say duplicate to free floating window, put them wherever you want, save your layout, and you're good to go. And I have not heard back from Michael. He might not even be at the desk right now, but I tried. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so easy peasy to pop those things out. Pulse check on the market. Still not much. Now let's see, we got to be getting close to the other 15-minute bar. So let's take a peek back at the FDMT. Nope. Well, it's not over yet. Okay. Green. This one could close red. And that candle has only 9 minutes to go. So it'd be kind of interesting to see if that little green guy turns red before the top of the hour. All right. Any questions? Oh boy, you guys are quiet today, but I get it. Feels like a Friday almost. Still no bouncy bouncy. Now this was almost a red bar ignored. If we would have had one more red candle leading down to this pattern right here, and that would have been a viable go no go. But you need another candle. But red, green, red. Hmm. Just gonna peruse the rest of the AI trades today. Yep. Moderate profit is ruling the roost today. Conservative profit kind of getting chewed up a little bit. Not a bad one on the LCFY here. And that was at 7:04. Yep, that was right there on the break.
I think Nestor has a question for you, Jamie.
Oh my. Well, I
So,
thought he said I thought he was telling me something. I put
oh,
there. But if
I
you do
think
have a question, Esther, let me have it. Ah,
a
okay.
little bit above.
No, yeah, sorry, that's somehow I did not see that. How many setups do you have for to take a trade of specific patterns? Is it more like how you like in the moment? Yeah, it's all about the timing, Nestor, right? um, if we just go back to that, what was the one that the little 60-cent stock that I traded today, the ASLN. When this one first came across, well, number one, it was showing up on this tree map along with a handful of other stocks. So it really gave me a limited little universe of stocks to keep an eye on. So typically what I do, you can see the action here since the open. But what I do is a lot of the times these things like to go either a half hour in to the open, and sometimes you'll see some really good ones 45 minutes to an hour as well. But for some reason, 30 minutes seems to be a sweet spot, right? And that is exactly what happened right here. All right. So this is the pattern, right? If I go ahead and mark off the low, it's just a simple range break. It's probably the most simple pattern you could ever hope for. So the bottom's in, we grind back up, we crack that little 60-cent high, and this thing was just doing massive volume. So I'm like, yeah, why not? If I'm wrong, I'm not going to get hurt very badly. So I just popped into a few lots, and as I said earlier, I'll take a little luck when I get it, because 60 cents, boom, up to 80, and I think I peeled out at like 77, and then it still went another 3 pennies. But that's a huge percentage move just based on a simple range break right here. Now, what was my risk on this trade? 5, 10, 15, the bottom of that candle right there. So this one's a little odd because not including the entry candle, I typically go back 15 minutes, right? 5, 10, 15. But, if we could have bumped it down to there, then that's 53 cents, entry at 60. So a whopping 7-cent risk, right? Or even tighter if you prefer, right? On these little micro stocks. But I mean, that was a good percentage move. Got a little lucky, took the money, said thank you very much. And then, of course, it came back down to the entry level. But, whether it's a big stock, small stock, medium-sized stock, it's the pattern, right? If I would have seen ASLN and if I would have missed it here and then I saw it here, no, that's too late, right? The timing is everything, right? Um, and this looks, you know, trading looks easy in retrospect, right? Hindsight's always 2020, but being there in the moment, identifying, yes, this is perfect timing. It still might not work, it still might move against me, but this is perfect timing. Anything outside of that candle, you're chasing. So I hope that makes a little sense there. And I apologize for missing your question earlier. And as I was pointing this one out earlier, I was not in this trade right here, but once again, you can see, once it becomes range bound, meaning it put in its low and it puts in its high for the session, put in its low, comes up here, pops its high, then it's range bound for a little bit, sideways action. That's what I like to see. And had I been paying attention to this one, you see the 10 period supporting it, comes back up here, takes another crack to break out, $1.06 up to $1.54. So if this was the entry candle here, 1, 2, 3, then risk level would have been about there. Reward level, this is the reward level, this is the risk level. That's what we want to look for, right? How many times does this get folded into there? Well, let's see. Let's just call that $1.06. You're risking a nickel here, and this thing went from $1.06 to $1.53, right? So you almost got 10 nickels, 9. That's easily a 9, if you get out the top, which most of us don't, but that would have been a 9. So I think most people would be happy with a 4 or 5 or a 6 on a trade like this, right? Okay, perfect.
Hey, Jamie.
Hey, Barry.
What beta blockers do you recommend?
I don't. But I
You're
thought
so
about that.
calm, though. You're so calm,
I thought about beta blockers back in like when I first started trading. I'm not
Right.
kidding. I'm like, because poker players apparently had been using them.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that was back when poker. Well, no, that was before the poker craze. Um, but anyway, I'm familiar with them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
I know some golfers toyed with them, but the problem is that they're great for putting, but not so great when you're trying to, pop a 300-yard drive.
Yeah,
So
you're a little too relaxed.
exactly. Oh man.
Sounds
Well,
like
listen, my friend.
something John Daly might imbibe
Yeah,
in.
exactly. Okay, my friend. Well, listen, I always appreciate talking with you and spelling me for the hour on Wednesdays. And
Sure.
we'll see you next week. In fact, so next week is the start of the contest on the Wednesday. So should have some interest. Hopefully, you
Oh
got some
yeah, and
interesting action on the
test
leaderboard.
drive begins this Friday and
Yes,
then leads into the contest for next week. Awesome.
exactly. Okay, Jamie. Thanks again. And again, we'll see you next week.
I will let you. Did you reclaim the screen yet?
Not yet. Now I
Okay, there
have.
you go. All right, my friend. All right, everybody. See you next time. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms now. Let me Get rid of the message and get my music going. Oh, guys. Okay. I have been in this LBPH for quite a while now. I did, based on today, I decided to, now I could get back into this. Didn't like this little breakdown. I mean, at the beginning of the day, it was up to 40. Remember, I've traded this several times over the last few weeks. Did pretty well just on the trading aspect of it. I was in this one at 31.50, sort of my long-term hold. Broke down through 38. I decided to get out. So now I could very easily, depending what it does, maybe if 33 holds, I could get back in again. But right now I'm out. And the other thing, I haven't seen this for a while, and we have a huge, huge, huge discrepancy between the so-called value stocks versus the growth stocks. Look at that. Look at the Dow's up 233 and tech down 486. So, well, David, I can give you a link. How's that? Okay, there's the link for the test drive and the contest. Okay. I'm talking to David in our YouTube room. It's a little cheaper this time, not quite as many days in the test drive. It'll go from July 19th, that's this coming Friday, and goes to the 29th. So that's like a Friday to a following Monday. All right. And of course, then the contest is from in between the Wednesday to Friday. A little bit of a different contest this time. You can only trade the AI alerts. Okay. Now, people have asked me, well, does that mean I have to take the trade when the AI alerts you? No, no, no. It just means you have to trade these symbols. Okay. Now, how you trade them, just because if the AI went short this, you don't have to. Okay. How you trade them will be completely up to you. But these, so if this were Wednesday next week, Wednesday, these would be the symbols that you would trade. Okay. And you can go round trips, 5 round trips per symbol. Round trip meaning buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell 5 times. Okay. And I think the other thing they said was you can't put more than 20, you can't buy more than 20,000 shares or something. Anyway, it's all in the instructions. All in the instructions. No idea, David. No idea why there was no email on you. Did you actually sign up for the we have an email, and my link was broken, in which you can sign up for the test drive, the upcoming ones, and then you'll get an email when there's one. I can't tell you why, David. You're right. You should have got one. Maybe it went into your spam folder. Pretty sure. Pretty sure that that an email went out. How about your promotions folder if you have Gmail? I say this every day. Check your spam folder or your promotions folder. Okay. Well, I don't know, David. I'm sorry, I don't know. At any rate, there it is. You're not going to miss it. Yeah, it's a lot about sentiment, Nestor. Okay, it's not. I think you've asked this question before, and others ask. How much do I take off? When do I take it off? Depends on the type of trade I'm in. If it's one of these ones that are super low float, I get a giant jump at the beginning. I will probably take some off almost immediately. Well, let me just see, for argument's sake, if Give me a moment, guys. I don't know, David. I really don't know. So I can't answer that question. I don't even know. I'm surprised an email did not go out. Okay, so DT asked the question: Will I get the trade ideas? Will I get the trade ideas subscription when I join the competition in 777? Okay, so the 777, the the test drive starts on Friday. Okay, and it'll run to the 9th to the 29th. So that's like the 19th to the 29th. In the middle of the test drive is the competition. So if you do not have a subscription right now to Trade Ideas, it'll and you sign up for the test drive, it's just as if you were a Trade Ideas subscriber, full subscriber for those from the 19th to the 29th. And of course you can take part in this in the competition if you want. Does that answer your question? Now, if you're a standard subscriber right now and you want to take part and you want to access our premium service, plus take part in the test drive and in the competition, then yeah, it'll cost us 777. The other thing I should really mention is that when this test drive is over, we do not put you into a subscription, okay? There's nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. You do not automatically get put into a subscription, okay? So DT 25, does that answer your question? Okay. Yeah, you have the option. Absolutely. Absolutely. You have the option to join the competition. Absolutely. It's just as if you're a full. See, our premium subscribers can go in. Well, I would do that. The whole idea of the test drive and the competition is that, if you don't know anything about trade ideas and you just start trying to trade in the competition on Wednesday without knowing a thing, that's why we sort of in advance allow people to at least, test us out for a while. You'll have Friday, the weekend, Monday and Tuesday. You can come into the room. I can share scans with you and all that, and you'll have access to the test to the AI. So again, I'm long-winded. Our premium subscribers, of course, they have the full program, but they are also they can get into the test drive and into the competition without spending the 777. 777 has to be spent if you have no subscription at all or you're a standard subscriber. But again, make sure if you're going to do it, take the program on Friday. Because remember, it is the combination, the test drive and competition. So it's not just about the competition. Boy, this AEHR has been a tough one. No, I see this is bouncing now. This AEHR has been a tough one now. The last time I think just before I took my break, maybe a little before that. But I was thinking that candle right there, that at 11:30, that might have been the one, because it got. Oh no, I think it was this one. It was right at noon, where it looked like it was going to get back over 21, and just stopped. I came all the way back down to 1978. Now it's coming up again. So it's very choppy. There you go. Oliver has the test drive does not include go no go. So Oliver, DT, you sign up today. What happens is you're just pre-registering, okay? There's no live data until Friday. So today's Wednesday. So if you sign up right now, then you'll start getting the live data on Friday. And Oliver has a little bit of background in all this experience. I guess that's a better word. He won the last two. So the go no go is an add-on. Okay, it is an add-on, and it is not part of the test drive. No. Well, you can absolutely use it during the test drive if you subscribe to it. It's on a month to month. Let me see if I can get a link on its own. Yeah, here we go. So here is the link, and you can sign up for it right now. Okay. But no, you can't. I mean, you can't. You need a Trade Idea subscription. Okay. So there's no point in signing up for it now. $49. Okay, it's $49 a month. You can use my promo code. Okay, you can use my promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only. But don't do it yet, okay? Because you need a Trade Idea subscription. Okay, so you may as well wait till Friday if you truly want to try this out. The go no go. Wait till Friday, or you can you can do the 777 right now. You're pre-registering, and then on Friday you'll have access to the program, and then you take out your go no go subscription. You take out your go no go subscription right now, it won't help you because you need a Trade Idea subscription. I hope I'm not confusing you. And you won't have you really won't have live data until Friday. Okay, good. Okay, do I know why the go no go chart in Trade Ideas does not show the green round icon and triangle red in the chart? Bizavi asked that question. So Mohammed, you can sign up for the for the test drive today. You're pre-registering, okay? You can sign up for it right now. What you're doing though is you're pre-registering. No live data until Friday. I'm talking to my Mohammed in our YouTube room, okay? And here's a link to sign up. I mean, it's only $777. I mean, I would sign up for it now. If you're going to do it, just sign up for it now, so you're all set for Friday. And this is the link. There's no 1-year subscription for a go no go. So with the go no go, I should expand on this. With the go no go, of course, you get the go no go charts. Okay, that's the big thing. There we go, with these color changes and all. And again, before you take the go no go subscription, please watch the 2 videos. I'll just show you again. Okay, so click on the go no go, and on my other monitor, this showed up. Okay, so there are a couple of videos. Okay, the go no go channel explainers, but this kind of tells you right here. Okay, just read through all this, read through it all. You can even go to the go no go website. Remember, this is not our program. This is a literally gonogo.com or something. So you can go to their website. The guys who basically developed it, a little more information about it. Now, as far as now, I don't know what you're talking about, Bezavi. Okay, I don't really know what you're talking about. You talk, do they have a little? I don't know. Do they have a little arrow or something on a change of color? It's not that big a deal because you can see the change of color. But I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Let's put it this way: whatever we've got here is what we're offering. Okay. Now the other thing, to be clear, you can take this is within the channel, the Go No Go channel. You can pop this out, or you can pop this out. In other words, if I duplicate it into a free floating window, this is what I'm going to say: free floating. Okay. So now you can, if you have your own scans, you can click and it'll load in here. These are the scans, though, that have been created by Michael. These are more daily scans. No, okay, Mohammed. Again, I want to want everybody to really listen closely to what I'm going to say now. And the reason I say that I do this is because our core support people get overwhelmed by people asking the question. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. Okay, you don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay, it's that simple. Yes, probably, late next week, there'll probably be a nice promo code if you want to take out a subscription, but we do not put you into a subscription. Okay. And the reason I say that is because we get so many emails coming in. Okay, please make sure I'm unsubscribed and let me know. Let me know. We all, our support people have to answer these emails, and so don't worry. There's nothing. We don't do that. We're not that type of a company. Okay. So anyway, these are all the different scans. Okay. And I guess, this is a daily, so this is a go. So let me, and I think, yeah, you see what happens. It'll show you the color change. That's what these scans are. Please, yeah, that's what these scans are designed for. They'll show you the color change. Okay, you can see how the color changed. So, you look at Fastly and, well, I don't know. I mean, maybe this is more for swing trading. Yeah, here's the color. Well, that didn't change colors. Let me see. Microsoft. Maybe this is just more of a continuation. Okay, more of a continuation. Best thing to do is just scroll through these. See what's happening. Go strengthening on the daily. But remember, guys, this is not when I say not the be all and the end all. This is it's a tool, okay, and it can guide you. Doesn't mean that you just because you get an alert here. Okay, I guess I just pile into the trade. Okay, thank you, Pepe. I've not seen the circles and the triangles, so I'm not sure what he was talking about, but thank you. Whatever you see here is what you get. Are they just showing transition points, Pepe? From one color to another, or? Then if you're looking for intraday, And they are up here. If you click on new and then go to Market Explorer window, click on that. This pops up the Market Explorer strategy. Click on that, select strategy. Another will pop up, go, no go. So you can see these ones are up here already, but here are the intraday ones, 5 minutes. Here are the 5 minutes, okay? And so let's just take a look at go strengthening. I have no idea what I'm going to see. And the only thing I have to make sure I do is direct it to the right chart. And it's a 5 minute. So let's see what happens when I click on TNA. See, this is I have to really understand what it's trying to tell me. Is it trying to tell me that, okay, it's not moving down anymore? It's kind of basing here a bit. Let me get to another one. I want to find another one that. Okay, no go continuation. All right, let's see what this one looks like. I don't know, but I found these results. Have you heard my little hey Google? Okay, so no go continuation. So it's obviously trying to suggest as a short. I'm not sure about these intraday ones. The daily ones make a lot of sense to me. You see, I've been actually looking at Intel here. I mean, I think if Intel takes out 3489 and on a deep purple, that could give us. In fact, I think that's why I have a price alert set down here. Anyway, guys, that's what it's all about. Yeah, the go no go guys have a website. Just do a Google search on it, David. I don't have the Pepe probably has it, but I don't have a link to it. But they do have a website. Yes, guy's name is Tyler something or other. There you go. So I can actually give it to you. Here you go, David. This is what it looks like. The go no go. This is their website. Okay, Tyler Wood, CMT. So Michael Noss knows this guy. Michael's a CMT also. So you can read a lot more about it. And give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am back. Yes, I'm the only person left in the world that has a, landline. Yes, yes, I get it. Well, I was going to tease about that, MJJ. So, okay, still no real big bounce yet in the market. But still, this big disconnect. Dow's down 188, and the Nas is down 500. Big disconnect. SDST. Let's take a look. Woo. So this, wow, that got halted. How many times? First time at 1487. Wow, wow, wow is right. They are a development stage company, battery grade lithium products. Wow. Well, my provider threw the phone in. He said, "Well, you can have it. I take so much from them." He said, "You can have the phone." Yeah, that is a big wow, guys. That is a big wow on the SDST. Now, I don't know if this was. I know Casa or Draw will be able to tell me. Was this a SPAC that turned into SDST? It started trading only last week as SDST. SPAC merger. Okay, thanks, Draw. So this was a SPAC, guys, and it turned into SDST. I sort of remember the symbol, but man, oh man, what yeah, what a move. And are you kidding me? Oh, I'm on Snap. Just give me a moment. I want to see SDST. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So SDST showed up, of course, in the winner here. And it showed up, of course, in the momentum scan over and over again, in case people are asking, well, where could I found that? Showed up even on the gap up and go, even at $20 at 108. Probably got halted right around then. Yeah, let's see where it. Oh, did it resume or did it get halted almost immediately? Oh no, it's opening. It's opened already. 23. Yeah, somebody wanted this. This is today's LPA. Yeah, the beige book at 2. Not usually a big deal, but you never know. Casa, yeah, you never know. Been a very, for me anyway, a very entertaining day. JJ, I think was that you mentioned WBA earlier? That's the Walgreens Boots Alliance. Yep. Yeah, a little bit choppy, but yeah, would have been a challenge to hold on as it did all this. But actually, it's actually, you know what? That's not as big a drop as I thought. 11.99 down to 11.76. It looks a lot worse. Yeah, again, I think I said, yeah, no shorts available for me for this one, the SDST. The old Alpha Predator scanner from the classic momentum layout. Do you know how I might find that? Ooh, well, my problem is going to be this, Alicia. Let me see if it's obvious. Because my guess is that it's somewhere in the old channel. There it is, Alpha Predator. It's in the old channel bar. Okay. It's that. I mean that's all I can point you to. It's in the old channel bar. Now the problem I cannot click on this because my layout will disappear. Okay, but it should be here. I mean, I don't think they made any big changes to it. This is the old channel bar. And I can't click on it because I don't have a dock layout anymore. So all my scans would disappear. Like my layout would disappear. So, but what happens when you do that? Now, make sure. I mean, if you got a layout, oh, good, okay. Remember now. Well, maybe you don't care. Obviously, you found it. Did you click on it? Remember, if you have a layout up and running, make sure you save it before you click on it. Was that you who was asking the question for a couple of days about trying to find this? Was that you? Because I know there was somebody trying to find it. IVP. Don't look now. Okay, I won't. But how can I not? I know that popped in the pre-market. It got all the way up here. 1142 came all the way back down to 1024. So yeah, maybe this is going to be a late dayer. Maybe it could be a late dayer. It's a low float, of course, 6.8 million in the float. I don't think there was any specific news about it. Now, maybe the news started here and it's just continuation. Yeah, the spread is terrible. 1058, 1089. So yeah, it's makes it basically untradeable. How many took the snap short, guys? Because this was a nice one. EVLV. Boy, we used to call that Elvis. Haven't seen that one in a long time. EVLV. Yeah, you're right. A little pop up here. We used to see that a few weeks ago. Next high looking left is 391 on the weekly chart, or 388 on the weekly chart. So, and this is the news, I guess. Traders circulate. According to Mayor Adams, the rollout of EVLV is starting today in the New York City subways. I guess that's a big deal. I don't know what they do. Security screening products. Okay. Well, I guess that's not a bad idea. All right. AEHR is back up here. Okay. I'm really looking to take this now. The high right there is 2134. Watching how it's holding over 21. I may take a few of these, okay? A few, not a lot. I'm still kind of, obviously testing this go, no go. Okay, so this is what I'm seeing on the go, no go. Okay, so there's the color change right there. So 2110. Okay, there's the color change from that light green to the blue, which, in theory means, okay, we've got a momentum change, a trend change. Doesn't mean it's going to work. It's interesting because all these orange bars here meant, we according to their system, we cannot find a definitive way either to say yes, go long or short. So stay out of the trade. Then it turned into this light green, and now to the blue. That's the theory behind it, okay? Not telling anybody to do that, but and again, this AEHR, it's an earnings play, it's an AI play today, and there are, several upgrades for it. I don't know, actually, I shouldn't say several. I see Craig Hallam, target of 25. Okay, I do see Craig Hallam. I'm not sure I see any other ones. Rook, you added the 4521. There must be significance behind that. Okay, thank you, William. So William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock today. I'll be taking off at around 2:30, between probably 2:30 and quarter to 3. Though I will always stay later for questions. Okay, I don't have to leave. Though the weather outside is beckoning me, as is my bike. So now, the last time I was in this AEHR, I had a nice little profit and I didn't take it. So But I'm going to try to hold on a little bit longer. So the CETU, right? I remember this one. So this is still a SPAC, though, isn't it? So it's still a SPAC. Yes. All right, guys. Well, I call that a success on the AEHR. I do call that a success. I've taken some off. You know what? I wouldn't take any off except for what it has done in the past. Well, in the past today, just because of this. So again, right there was a transition, right at 2110. Okay, right at 2110. If it all worked like this, guys, we'd all be able to retire. But again, it all. I still have my rules in place. I wouldn't take it unless there was room looking left. Still have to have all that. Just because I get an alert doesn't mean I take the trade. But as you can recall, perhaps there's a lot of room for this one to keep moving. I think it was like $6 or so. Not saying it's going to do that, but yeah, the next high is 26.30. So we're talking $5 from here till the next high in the monthly chart. So it had room. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do now, it's 1:44. So I'm going to go over my homepage. I'm going to put the test drive link in. I'm going to talk a little bit about the go no go, how you can sign up for it. Okay, so the first thing I'll do is the test drive link. And just please read, okay? Just read what it says. So this is what it's all about. Now it starts on the 19th, that's Friday, and it runs to the 29th, which is a Monday, okay? And so grand prize is $3,000. I think it still says 3,000. Or does it say 3,000? 3,000. Phew. It's not 300, okay? I got to get rid of that little there we are. 3,000, okay? So we've upped the price from 2,400 to 3,000. Okay, that's number one. So, well, what are you getting for the $7.77? You are getting you're just as if you were a full premium subscriber, okay? For those days between the 19th and the 29th, as if you're a full premium subscriber. It'll also give you the opportunity to, you don't have to, but you can take part in as the AI in July. We can't do a cash prize, Mac. It's an Amazon gift certificate. Okay, we're not allowed to do a cash prize. So the contest will run from Wednesday to Friday next week. Whoever makes the most money at the end of Friday wins the $3,000 Amazon gift certificate. Okay, and you're basically using our simulator to take the trades, and the only Wrinkle is that you can only trade the AI alerts. Now, it doesn't mean you have to take the trade when the entry, well, you get an entry. You don't have to trade. It just means you have to trade these symbols, however you want to trade them. For instance, the AI might be saying, to short something. If you looked at that and go, well, I don't think so, I'm going to go long. You can do so. You go short, you go long. You can. There are 5 round trips per day on the symbol. What that means is, so you could buy FDMT, get in and out 5 times. But just read through it. It's all in here. So that's now we do not have free trials. So this is about as close as you're going to get, not just for the test, not just for the contest, okay? To try us out. All the things that you see that I'm doing, all the scans that I've got, you're going to have access to them. You can create your own scans if you want. And again, please listen really carefully. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay, so there's nothing to do. When it's over, it's over. Obviously, though, we will offer a nice promo if you do want to take out a subscription, but we do not automatically put you into a subscription. Now, this is also open to our standard subscribers. It'll cost you the $777 also, and will upgrade you to our premium service. That'll allow you, if you want, to take part in the contest. And again, for you, once it's over, we'll downgrade you back to our standard service, unless you say, no, keep me in premium. Okay? So that's the test drive. And let me take a look at my homepage now, or let you take a look at my homepage. Now, as far as if you have a Mac, I don't know if you're calling yourself Mac because you've got a Mac, but yeah, it's not quite as good. All right. I mean, you can take part in the contest. It's a little bit of little gyration though, because you have to load our web-based version, which will have the AI alerts, and then you have to have our market scope or something like that, because there is a simulator in there. So it's not as clean as if you just have a PC. Now, what you can do, as Pepe pointed out earlier, you can run parallels. You can sign up for parallels. You can get a 14-day free trial of it, which of course would not from us. You have to, from parallels, which then of course turns your Mac into a PC, and that'll be a free trial. Nothing to do with us. You just you just have to contact Parallels, and that fits in nicely because of course our trial is from the 19th to the 29th. So on my homepage, click on my homepage link. Now, if you can't wait and you want to take out a subscription right now, of course, here you can do it. Barry 15. That'll give you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay. And as always, use my code. Whatever code is on my homepage, use my code. And yes, you can use this code for the first month of a Go No Go subscription. Wow, look at that ST. Oh man, not in it. And the reason to use my code is that the rooms are free. We want to keep them. We want to keep them that way. And the best way to do that is use my code. Then the rooms get credit for the subscription. Really that simple. Getting started. You must do the get started. 10 short videos running through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. Okay, 10 short videos. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, definitely take a look at this. This is all free, about 38 videos. Okay, if you're new to trading, I think this is super beneficial for you to take a look at. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And this is the education section. Now, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. And yes, you can have any one of these scans if you take part in the test drive. These are the one you can see this race here. Probably have to create a couple of links for this, but I'll probably show people how to get this. There's the Halts resumes is over here. I show the momentum scan a lot. It's on my other monitor. And I'm not trying to hide it. It's just that I don't want to overload the main monitor with so much information. And then this other one right here, the gap continuation or reversal scan, which is right here. Okay. But I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. Well, as I said before, Bezavi, I took some out in this that first pop just because of what happened before. I'm only holding a little bit left in case it does pop up. If it gets back down to where I bought it, the 2110 mark, I'm out. This is one I'm going to watch tomorrow, though. Okay, this could be a second day continuation of earnings. Maybe with a slightly better market, we wouldn't get this choppiness. I don't know. Yeah, good for you, Poe. I know you are Mr. Pullback or bottom fisher. So NAA, yeah, I did not get into this one at all. This was a big one, of course, yesterday, but it is soaring right now. I mean, this is just now. This is did a bunch of reverse splits. I'm sure. I doubt very much it's got up to $256. So I'm pretty sure this is reverse split adjusted. So I'm out of the AEHR now. I mean, it's just too bad. I think that it's just too choppy. But glad of what I did. I really just wanted to test this. Now, the theory would be that you would, especially if you took some out, the theory would be that you would keep in this until it changed colors again. That would be kind of the theory. But I mean, that's not what I would do. But that is kind of the theory. Yeah, nothing like a nice $5 drop, $4.50 drop. Snap, sugar. It's one I did take, guys, from I can't remember what scan it was, but I did get out of it, but it is still moving down. I took it on the 15 break. I can't remember what scan that was. It was just before my was when I was on my lunch break. Boy, this is really, I mean, the next low looking, yeah, this is what the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So the next low looking left is 14. I'm thinking it's going to get there. Now, somebody I know mentioned VFC. Yeah, wow, just made a new high. Yes. This was a Pretty big one in the pre-market, got up to 1575. Actually, it wasn't a big drop, about $1. That's not a huge drop. This has something to do with a merger that is being finalized. Oh, no, 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 I'm wrong. I'm wrong. They sold off sale of their streetwear brand to Ray-Ban maker. Now, am I correct? Noelani Key, might you be Hawaiian or from Hawaii or roots from Hawaii? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. The reason I say that, of course, is that HE, Hawaiian Electric. Yeah, I mentioned this one earlier, but just didn't sustain itself until it pulled all the way back. No, thank you very much. Perfect. Mahalo. Wonderful island. Well, islands. In my youth, did some damage there. Okay, guys. Well, let's see. Oh, now there's Intel. Is this on the way up or on the way down? Okay, Intel. All right. You know what? I'm kind of looking at a short on this one. And this is the reason I was following this one earlier in the go, no go. And you can see how it has changed, okay, from that pink to the deep purple. This is now the low of the day. I mean, it's still strong. I mean, it's up 1.35%, but I am kind of looking at this as a short now. Pre-market looks like 34 could be some support. So now what I'm waiting for then is another break of this 30, what was it down here? 34.78. I'll keep it at 79. I want to see if it takes it out again. Well, there's no estimator exactly, KV Ray, but in Interactive Brokers, well, there is an estimator. I guess there is an estimator. I show this a lot. Nothing to do with trade ideas, though. So this is time and sales, this blue screen you see here, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, so there's the symbol, there's the Hall price, 817. This column is giving a bit of a glimpse as to where it may open. Okay, now that doesn't mean it's going to stay here. At 750. Now, if somebody is in this, what you don't want to see is you see how it just changed, 770. So that is it's an indication, and as you probably know that these are. Well, this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. Usually they're 5-minute halts. So this is turning into at least a 10-minute halt. And you can kind of see how this number, so this is an indicator, could be. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to absolutely open here. Okay. I'll keep it here. Let's just for fun, because if it is a 39 seconds, so if it'll open in 9 seconds, if it's a 10-minute halt. If it's a 10-minute halt, usually they're multiples of 5. Let's see if this opens. There we go. So it opened. So you can see that was, it was giving at least what it was really telling you is that it was not going to open above the halt price. But that's Interactive Brokers. That's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. All right. So in our YouTube room, where do I go, or just in general? Where do you go to find IPO information? So this is what I use. Okay, Stevie. Well, that's basically level. But when a stock is halted, I mean, in Interactive Brokers anyway, you get the big red, and this column here is kind of telling you where it might open. All right, so this is what I do, Stevie Romano, in our YouTube room. I'm sure there are a lot of websites out there, but this is what I use. I haven't really been following too many of the IPOs the last little while. Just give me a moment. Okay, so let me get the link in. Okay, so this is what I use. So this can show these are showing you all the IPOs that have happened. But if I go to the IPO calendar, this will tell me the upcoming ones. So I don't know. I don't think this one opened. I don't think it did anyway. I don't recall this opening. PGHL. Let me just see. Yeah, so this hasn't opened. So what I do, it says, the week of. So there is still no finalized date. The week of the 15th, which is, this week, there's no finalized date. Now this one says on the 18th, that says tomorrow. This probably is going to open. It's a big one. Look at all the JP Morgan, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, et cetera, et cetera. So there's some big names behind this one. Next week, well, let's see. There's line right there. And you can see, yeah, a ton of them. That's a big IPO. That is a big IPO. I don't usually, look at these ones just because there's so many shares outstanding, and it's usually, well, it's high priced, but it's up to you. But yeah, look at this lineage. Now, look at who's involved: Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, et cetera, et cetera. Huge names behind this one. Now, to find out more about the company, of course, you just click on it and on the symbol, and you'll see exactly what it's all about. Okay. That is some big IPO. So getting back to this one, the PGHL, this is what I do. I'll put a price alert in this one. Well, first of all, before I do that, I want to find out where it's from. Okay, so this is a China stock, okay? So this is what I do. I'll take this and the PGA, and I'll put how many shares are going to be outstanding, or how many shares are issued, and the potential of where they're thinking this may open, or what the IPO, not where it's open, what it's priced at. And so this is what I do. I'll right click, create the price alert. Obviously, it's not trading yet. I can put $1, and then my shorthand 1.8 million. I know that's how many shares. 4 to 6, and then China. Oops. So for my short, I know what that means. It's 1.8 million is being issued. Potential of the IPO price, it's priced between 4 and 6, and it's a China stock. I put the China or Singapore because those are the ones that can be really crazy. Now I'll save it. Why I do that is because if and when this starts trading, okay, you'll see right at the very bottom here in my price alerts window, if and when it starts trading, this will pop up on my screen. And then instead of my having to scramble to find, wow, what's this one all about? How many shares? Is it China? Is it US? How many? What was the expected IPO price? I don't have to. It'll be right on my fingertips, right on in the notes section. So why the IPO price is important, because if it's priced at say $4 to $6 and it opens at 8, then you know there's some enthusiasm for the stock. If it opens at 3 and doesn't do anything, well, there's no enthusiasm, certainly that day anyway. That's what I do. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but that's what I do. Okay, Stevie. Yeah. So I put the link into the website. So now you should be good to go. Well, this is basically, I don't know. I mean, I call this time in sales, but I mean, this is, I guess this is the level 2 stuff. I don't look at it, but when it's halted, you don't see any of this. You just see the potential opening price. Whew. 209, guys. So I've got another 20 minutes or so left. Minimum. I will stay later again if there are questions. I see that AEHR is right back up. Has to be watched tomorrow, guys, especially if the market is a little more settled. Not that this is really that, I mean, it's not really in tune to what the market's doing. Obviously, the market has been down most of the day, but all day. But you'd like to maybe this will be a second day continuation of earnings and the fact that it has room. All right. Well, for you penny fiends, here's PAPL, which got knocked all the way down to 70 cents in the pre-market. Well, actually, even lower probably. No, that's the opening candle. So about seven. Actually, yeah, it got down to about 60, about 70 cents in the pre-market. PAPL. Now, out of curiosity, I want to take a look at this AEHL. So you see, this was really telling me to stay in the trade. Okay, I'm not in it because it had not changed color. It did not go to that light green. But that is not my because then I would have had to put my stop a lot further away than I wanted. Are you asking me the question, Stevie, or you're just that is a statement? Because I don't know. I didn't look at what line is all about, but So I guess theoretically, what you would have done, I didn't do. I had a tighter stop, okay, but you could have put the stop at the low of that candle right there, which is about 2090, and then get into that trade just over 21. And again, I wrote, that had almost a quick pop up, and then based on this, did not change colors. You would still, assuming you took some profit out because you could have got stopped out for no gain down here, but you take some profit out up here, so it's not. But this is sort of telling you, there's no point. You don't have to get out yet. In this case, it would have worked. I'm not saying it's going to work every time, but in this case, it would have worked because the color did not change from that blue back down to that green. Oh no, I have no opinion investing in REITs. I mean, some of the REITs have been great, but you're talking about long term, Stevie, probably, right? So I have no opinion. I'm not a long term trader. So when you say investing, that's not me. But I will say this. I mean, there's some huge names behind it. And but as always, please, guys, I mean, Stevie, you're not interrupting. There's nothing to apologize for. Okay, you're not interrupting. In fact, I relish questions. It keeps me busy, keeps my mind active. Sometimes the days can be very boring. So yeah, don't feel that you're interrupting me. I can't answer, I'll say, but I mean, don't feel you're interrupting me. Not just to you, Stevie, but anybody else sitting out there, maybe itching to ask a question, and they're thinking, I don't know, maybe. And the other thing is, don't feel like you're being. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Honestly, we all started out new. Everybody started out new at one point. Now, if you ask the same question 10 times in a row, maybe I'll, have to mention that. But Griff K, hello, in our support questions tab. Oh, you'd be surprised, Hank. It's funny there, I'm not going to name, there are people out there that, because I see all the emails that come in. Okay. So they ask the question to one of us, we give the answer, and it's not like one of these questions that cannot be answered. In other words, I'm not sure how to do that. But when there's a definitive answer, but people may not like that answer. So they go to somebody else at Trade Ideas. And then they go to somebody else thinking they're going to get a different answer. It's exactly. Keep going till they get the answer they want, and they're never going to get it when it's a definitive answer. So, Griff, do you have a question? Yeah, they give the bad rating. I don't get too involved anymore in answering questions other than in here. Okay, so good question, Griff. So I have changed something. Okay, so if you want the race still, so large cap gainers race, this one right here. So what I did was, if I right click and launch, well, I'll launch the real time stock. This is what you're seeing. Okay, this is kind of what you're seeing, right? More like a race. Now the font is going to be a lot different. Let me bring it up. I'll bring it up from my home page. I'll show you what I did. And this will be up to you. All right, so on my homepage, I'm just going to click on the link. So on my homepage, and scroll down till I get to the scan section, click here. So this is what you're seeing, okay? You clicked on that and open the scan. Yeah, so this is what you're seeing. Now, I mean, it may look a little bit different. Oh, the graphics. You're not just talking about the fact that I'm using this, because all I did was I said, okay, um, maybe you haven't got the use browser interface. I am surprised that I thought I had that as part of the, maybe that's it. Is that what you mean then? Could have sworn I had checked use browser interface. Is that what you meant then, Griff? So when you click on the race, you have the race running, but it doesn't quite look like this with the bigger fonts and all. Okay. Yeah, I could have sworn I had checked, but I guess I didn't. So all I have to do is right click on the race and then use browser interface. Click on that, and then it'll look like this. And then all I did was to get this look is I opened the top list that this race is derived from, and then I said, okay, launch, show the tree map, and that's where we get this. A little confusing probably, but I'm sort of giving people the option on how they want to see the data. God, I could have sworn I had that browser interface checked. Okay, good. Yeah, this is much this is much better looking. A bigger font. And the other reason for it is that in the old days when we had races, what would happen is when a stock was moving up, it was very herky jerky, very herky jerky, and now it's smooth. You see when a stock is moving up in the leaderboard, it's very smooth. So how to open the top list? So remember what a race is. It's derived from a top list window. So if you right click on any race, okay, you right click on it and open top list. Right click on the race, open the top list. Okay, so that's how you do that. Now, again, this is a race that I've got, and every race is derived from a top list. So if I do it in the reverse, if I right click on the top list, right click, launch the real-time stock race. So that should tell you right off the bat, then you can create your own top list window with your parameters. Just because this is what I want to see, and if I right click on this, just because I want to see this, the stocks are between 1 and 50, minimum 200,000 shares, up 2% from the close. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want to see. So you can create your own top list window with your parameters and then launch the race from it. And it's all in the guide also, okay? So so here's the race setup. This is, it's all in the guide. So people ask, well, does it have to be a 4-minute race? No, minutes to run. I pick 4. I don't know why. I really don't know why. It's my favorite number. I really don't know. But you can assign however long you want the race to run, based on what? Okay, I wanted a base from the change from the open. But notice if I drop down, these are all column headers. Okay, and then on and on. This is all in the guide. And that's in the, no, because that's an alert, Griff. Okay. That's not the function of a top list window. The function of a top list window before we had races is that if you had a column header, so here's the change from the close, you might say to yourself, well, I wonder what stocks are up the most today. Okay. Well, that's going to tell me, with the parameters that I've got, the price range, minimum volume, all that, it tells me that SDST is up 127%, PAPL 48%, etc. That's the function. Well, it still is. You can still use top lists, but that is the function of a top list. If I want to find the stocks that have changed the most since its opening trade of the day, here's the SDST again. So it's got nothing to do whether the stock is at the high of the day. Now, if you want to turn the top list into an alert window, you can do that. Okay. So, I mean, obviously, what you could do is you could start from scratch. If I start from scratch here, all I have to know is, okay, what are my filters I'm using in this one? But if you had a lot of filters, there's a slightly easier way to do it, that you can copy all the filters and then you can start a new alert window and transpose them all. So I'll do that for you. I mean, I'll show you how you can do that. And anybody else who's looking maybe to convert a top list into an alert window. But in this particular case, I mean, there's only 3 filters. So, I mean, it's probably just as easy to start off with a brand new alert window and doing that. But let me show you how you can do it. So the first thing I do, take my top list window, right click, collaborate, and copy it. Okay, now I've copied the filters. I've copied the filters. Next step, new alert window. Okay, now I want to get rid of all these settings up here. So start from scratch. This is why it's, in this case, I probably would have just done it manually, put in the 3 filters. But anyway, I'll just start from scratch, load the settings. Okay, so now it's empty. I'll say okay. I don't want to return to the config window. I'm going to say no. So now at this point, this has got nothing in it. Oops, sorry, it showed up on my other monitor. Nothing in it. Okay, never mind this heartbeat. This is just going to give you over and over and over. There's nothing in it. There's no filters, no nothing. So in order to get those filters in, now I right click, collaborate, and paste. Okay, so now if I right click, configure, summary, you see here are the filters right there. Okay, that were here. Now the next step is get rid of this heartbeat. And now you can pick new high of the day. Get rid of that heartbeat. This is in the old days, okay, when we didn't have top list windows. But now, this is turned, I've taken this and now I've turned it into an alert window with a new high of the day as my alert. Probably confusing, right? Again, it all depends on how many filters you've got. I mean, it probably just as easy to go to create a new alert window. But if you had, I don't know, I mean, you shouldn't probably, but if you had 10 filters in here, it would be a little more of a pain. Okay, you got it? Great. So there's the TPCG. So in the MD, let's take a look at the MD. But that's how you do it. That's how you can take a top list window, turn it into an alert window. You just have to pick a trigger, be it the new high of the day or a new 5 minute high, whatever alert you want. All right, guys. Okay. So missing symbol check. So you on the July 2nd, no, we're on the 17th now, but okay. ANVS made a daily at 5.99, did not show in your daily high alert. Now you're saying it, you do see it? You did a history or something? Oh, Cafe Ole, okay. So now you do see it? Is that what you're saying? Never mind. Okay, good. There's usually a reason, guys. I mean, there's some filter that is just blocking it. A lot of people, this is a filter if you're intraday trading. Yeah, look at Intel. I didn't take it. If you're intraday trading, this is one recommendation I will make. If you're intraday trading, do not use my recommendation anyway. Do not use these average daily volumes. That's a lot of time. I'm not saying that's what happened with you, Cafe Ole. I don't want to call you missing symbol check. Way classier, Cafe Ole. Way classier. But don't use the average daily volume, okay? The reason I don't use this intraday because let's just say for argument's sake, you put, okay, I want to see stocks that had an average daily volume of 100,000 shares over the last 5 days. Well, the problem with that is what if one stock just is exploding today, okay? And it's up 100%, 200%, 300%. The problem is it could be, it could have done nothing over the last 5 days or 10 days or 3 months in terms of, shares. It may have only done, 10,000 shares. If you use this filter, you'll never see that stock. So if you're intraday trading, I would not ever use the average daily volume if you're intraday trading. Because why do you care? And there's a lot of examples of stocks that, really were dormant for 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and then they explode today for some reason. Why not see them? And the reason I bring that up is that that is a lot of the times, I don't know, you put your cloud link in, I'm not saying that's the reason, but a lot of times that is the reason people don't realize that. And we have to go back and say, okay, well, look, that stock that you put that you wanted to have trading at least 100,000 shares for the last 5 days, it wasn't doing that. It might have been doing 10,000 shares a day on average, but today it's doing 20 million shares. Whew. All right, guys. So if there are no more questions, I will take off. I don't have to go. So if you have a question, don't feel you're keeping me from anything other than a beautiful day and a bike ride. But other than that, you're not keeping me from anything. There you go, DAC. Yeah, so DAC on the DKNO. Look at the so on average, I mean, look at the volume last week, 372,000. The week before that, 158. These are weekly volumes. So if you put, I only want to see stocks that have traded over $100,000 on average over the last 5 days. You never would have seen this one. That just has actually exploded to 10 million shares, as an example. No, it's a good question, Bezavi, because it's not instinctive. Okay. So when you say ungroup your charts, okay, so what do you mean by that exactly? So I think I have an idea about what you mean. I appreciate that, Elijah, and Brooke. You too. Have a great afternoon. I think I know what you mean. So, so if I you see how this says, if I right click and it's symbol linking and it's going to a red chart. Oh, okay, a lot simpler. Okay, I thought it was going to be more complicated. So yeah, so in the charts, without just forget what I just was showing you in the charts. Right click, properties, and you either have symbol linking checked or you don't. Okay. Now, most of the time, it is going to say link to all. I have this green checked for a very, very specific reason. You don't have to do that. But most of the time, it'll say link to all. So that's why when I click on SDST, these will all change, but my spy chart does not. Why? Because if I right click, properties, symbol linking is unchecked. Okay. So of course, when I click on any alert, I want all these time frames to change to that stock. And that's just a matter of right click, properties, check symbol linking. And your default more than likely is linked to all. Okay. Don't worry about these colors. Okay. Does that answer your question? So if you don't, so in other words, my thumbnail charts that I have on my other monitor, obviously the symbol linking is unchecked because I don't want them to change. I don't want them to change when I click on a symbol. Ha. Okay, David. So that probably means that they hadn't sent it out, and that a little remiss in not sending it out earlier. So David's saying that test drive email was sent out today. Okay, guys. Are there any other questions? I'll hang on for another minute or so. If I don't see any, then I'll vacate. Now, in YouTube, you YouTubers who are still there, the main room will be open till about 4 o'clock. Okay, there'll be no screen sharing and nobody's on the mic, but William will keep the room open till 4, so you can head over. You can still discuss stocks if you want. And to get there, and you can save this, save my homepage, lots of good stuff there. So if you click on my homepage link, I'm talking to YouTubers. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So right at the very top, trading room, okay? And this is how you can get into the trading room every day if you want to just save my homepage link. And then I have to do the same thing. Okay, there's no quick way. And just click on trading room, and then you can go into the main room. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions. So again, I appreciate all the help. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So in the morning, of course. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. You too, Pirata. You didn't answer my question. Are you a Spanish speaking person? Earlier. Okay. Well, on day, I think 375 or 78 or 380 in a row in my Duolingo taking Spanish. A lot of words. Okay, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, 9 o'clock, be on the mic. Now, the room, just so you guys may not know, the main room is open by 8 o'clock. Okay. William or Chris opens the room by 8 o'clock. Usually it's a little earlier. And then I get on the mic at 9. So you can head over a little bit earlier. Yeah, I saw that. A bit after 6. Wow. So that's 3 my time. Okay, guys, that's it. We'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I do have to shut you down.